Business Technology Toshiba Studios. Sacktown Sports. The Carmichael Dave Show.
He's on the microphone when he's not on the microphone. He's playing a song, and when he's not playing a song, he's on the microphone. And then boom.
With Jason Ross.
No, he didn't. Yes, he did.
Call or text at 916-339-1140.
It's the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross on Sacktown Sports.
Yes. On a Friday, Styles and Watkins, Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross, last day. So why not prepare for what's coming next on Monday? That will be the return of Styles and Watkins. But one more day with you, Carmichael Dave and Jason Ross. I really thought I got that muscle memory out, but it snuck up at the very last second. Thank you for joining us today. Got Kyle Ledbetter behind the glass. We're going to have a very fun show for you today, starting off with, of course, all the Brandon Ayuk drama. So we talk a lot about Sacramento and the Sacramento media. A lot of people think that the Sacramento media could be tougher on whether it's the Kings or whatever it is. So at 6:30, I found some sound from a Pittsburgh station where they're going back and forth with some fans, and it's pretty funny. I haven't really ever had a back and forth like this with a listener, but it does feel like it would be a little bit of fun. So we have that for you at 6:30. That's, of course, after leading off. U.S. defeats Serbia. How impressed should we be? Steph Curry, 36 points. Kings fans, did you like actually cheering for Steph Curry? Did it feel weird cheering for Steph Curry? Were you still cheering against Steph Curry? So we will get into all that. And Kevin Durant battling trolls at 5 a.m. in the morning. And not even trolls, people that just, for some reason, love an underdog. And even if that underdog goes against the country that you're from and that you live in. Sydney McLaughlin-Lavroni shines, world record, and even more than that, getting the gold. So we have that sound for you. Noah Lyles loses and gets all the hate that everybody thought he would get. He comes out saying that he has COVID and people don't seem to care. So we'll get into all that. I got to be honest with you, when you have an entrance like Noah had, you're going to open yourself up for that type of criticism. And I think he understands that. Again, no movement from Brandon Ayuk, and there's still a bit of drama. And as I talked about yesterday, as I teased yesterday, what happens if the Kings don't make the playoffs? We will get into that later in the show. And the NBA Christmas slate is out. Is it good? Is it not? Are you mad? I don't see Kings fans complaining as much as a couple seasons ago or last season because the Kings didn't make the playoffs. But there is a one seed, as much as the Kings fans were mad last year when they were a 3 seed and didn't get in. There is a 1 seed that did not get into the Christmas Day game. We will tell you who that is. We got a couple good guests for you today on this Friday, and we're all feeling good. Some of you got paid today, and that's what we're talking about. Michelle Dapper, anchor reporter extraordinaire for KCRA. That's at 8 o'clock. We have Jeff Young, fan-sided editor for the SF Giants at Around the Foghorn. That's at 8:30. And at 9 o'clock, we have Emil Fergoso, Sacktown Sports 49ers insider. Kyle Ledbetter, how are you doing?
I am doing wonderful, Mr. Styles. I'm a bit lonely here, but I am doing pretty fantastic.
Hey, I hear you. You know, this life is all about flexibility and being dynamic, all right? As Monty McNair likes to say, you got to be flexible. As the Niners like to say, you got to be flexible. So that's what we're doing today. But I'm with you in spirit, Kyle. I'm with you in spirit.
I feel your presence. I'm grateful that you're here.
Well, I was curious. I know Simone had said she wasn't really a coffee person. I think we talked about this, but Simone had coffee, not to put her business out on Fun Street. She had coffee, what was it, a day or two ago, but you're also not a coffee person.
No, I have had coffee maybe twice in my entire life. I am not a caffeine person very much. I'll drink like soda now and again, but for the most part, not really a caffeine guy. If I work enough of these morning shifts, maybe I'll come around on it, but I I have so much bursting energy during the day that I don't need coffee. I'm already just a bright sunshine full of energy every time I wake up.
Well, I was going to say that again, that used to be me. That used to be me until I had the kiddo. You know, coffee used to be just a special thing until I did have the kiddo. So enjoy it while you can, Kyle. That's all I'm going to say. Enjoy it while you can. As we get into everything we're doing today, and really the Brandon Ayuk drama, it's just ridiculous. And honestly, at this point, I'm not even sure what level of drama there is, because there's been no movement. And now we're getting reports that the Niners are in no rush to do anything. So if the Niners aren't in a rush to do anything, then it becomes a standstill and a standoff, and that's really what it's been. So trying to figure out when we'll have some resolution there. And real quick, we're gonna pull the curtain behind. I'm trying to plug these headphones in to see if we can get these levels right. All right, Kyle, I'm putting in the headphones now. Let me see. Does that help at all, Kyle?
I'm sure it will. We'll find out in about a minute or so when our YouTube people help us out. Because on radio, no one can tell anything's weird, but I think our YouTube people will let us know in about a minute if something's weird.
There you go. Okay, well, we're going to keep rocking and rolling. We're doing everything that we can here to keep this thing in a good place and just get you through this Friday, get you through to the weekend. The one thing I wanted to say, Kyle, when it comes to the Olympics is I don't want to be a prisoner of the moment. But if you combine what the U.S. is doing on the track field, right, and then you combine what the U.S. is doing in all the other sports. I mean, it's been so long, we haven't even really talked about swimming or gymnastics, which really started off the Olympics. We haven't even talked about that. So when you put all that together, and I know you're going up against Tokyo, and Tokyo had COVID and everything like that, this has got to be one of the more memorable Olympics of recent memory, right?
At least for me, yes, because when the Olympics were going on a few years ago, I was kind of out on it. It wasn't really something I was interested in. And then 2024, I've kind of come back around on the Olympics. It's been a certainly more interesting experience.
Yeah, and the one thing for me is just the pride that everybody has been showing. I mean, Kevin Durant, he's one of the most interesting players that we've ever seen. He's one of the most interesting players that we've ever seen, because you love him, you hate him, you love him, you hate him. A lot has gone on throughout his career, and it feels like right now everybody loves him because everything that he's done for Team USA, he broke that record with Lisa Leslie. He's done all of these things, but you hated him when he was on the Warriors. And really, after he left the Warriors, nobody really seemed to hate him that much when he was on the Brooklyn Nets or the Suns right now, even though he's still on super teams. I think it was just the timing of everything that really made people feel some type of way. But now I'm seeing everybody just praising Kevin Durant and just enjoying Kevin Durant. And maybe it's just a part of it being Team USA and not, just random teams or the NBA teams. But it does feel like Kevin Durant is one of those guys who, year by year, the narrative on Kevin Durant changes. And a lot of people have said, and Carmelo was in the building, everybody used to joke about Carmelo and his gold medals and, Olympic Melo, and he doesn't really do anything else besides that. And now it seems that because that gap has closed, and with everything that's been going on as far as the NBA players that have come from other countries, it feels like there's been more respect put on Olympic basketball, which then makes it more compelling. And I think that was really the other side of the Noah Lyles conversation. And we'll get into USA basketball possibly taking a shot at Noah Lyles. We'll get into the Noah Lyles conversation where he was just saying, hey, win the championship. And everybody was saying, well, we do that every year, every season anyway, or every time there's an Olympics or FIBA. But there have been times where they have faltered. But, sometimes you need that kick in the rear end. I'm not saying that was all Noah Lyles. But what I am saying is that I do think there is a level of patience and a level of we're going to pay attention to everything that's going on here because we really want to get this done. So the focus is what is at a high level right now for Team USA, and it's really beautiful to watch. Okay, Kyle, let's get into the shot of Style Espresso. Thank you very much. Nice pour. That's not for Kyle, of course. Doesn't drink the old coffee, the cup of joe yet. Why is everything a debate? Why is everything a debate now? You know, you go on social media after one of the great Olympic Games that we've ever watched, okay? And after that happens, you got people saying Jokic should feel good about himself. He put on for his country. That's all that matters. Then you got the other side saying, why are you talking about Jokic? This dude, Swipe a Cam, whatever his name is, and this is who KD, Kevin Durant, responded to. Apparently, he's from New Jersey, right? And it doesn't really matter to me what side you fall on. If you want to root for Serbia and Jokic, that's fine for whatever reason, because you just like the way Jokic plays basketball, even if you're American. Or if you just want to root for your country, that's fine too. A lot of people do like an underdog. But because Kevin Durant responded, which is what he does, I'm very similar to him. Like I said earlier this week, I'll respond to YouTube. I'll comment on our YouTubes when people have things to say. So I get that. But the back and forth, I wake up this morning and there are think pieces on why you should root for the U.S. and you shouldn't be allowed to root for Serbia, or it's ridiculous to root for Serbia. And at this point in time, Kyle, maybe I'm just at a different point in my life. I just don't care that much. I just don't care that much. You have to just enjoy what you enjoy. If for whatever reason you want to cheer for Serbia, that's fine. If for whatever reason you want to cheer for the U.S., that's fine too. It's just funny to me, and maybe this is just a part of sports, and as a sports radio show host, maybe I sound crazy saying this, but it's just ridiculous what people find to argue about. And I know, Kyle, you kind of wanted Serbia to win because that was a little bit of the underdog thing, right? Oh, I don't think we got you, Kyle.
Without getting deep into the weeds, I am very much a sports anarchist, and so it's a little bit different for me because I really like rooting for chaos, and if Serbia had beat the United States, it just would have been absolute chaos.
Yeah, and I get that. A lot of people feel like that, but again, I'm just not of the mindset that I need to go back and forth and have these conversations that really don't matter. You know, I think the thing is, a lot of people accuse other people of just wanting to be different, wanting to be a contrarian. And that's fine. And I didn't have a problem with Kevin Durant responding. He can do what he wants. I thought it was funny. But when I wake up this morning and I see all these people just, this is why it doesn't matter, or this is why it does matter. Don't you have anything better to do? But at the same time, if you are a hoop head, you don't, because your team's not playing right now if you have an NBA team, and this is what you have. So that's my shot of Style Espresso. Last one for the Carmichael Dave and Jason Ross show. Of course, you can still hear it on Styles and Watkins, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Coming up next, we have Leading Off. We'll be right back.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave with a quick question. Have you recently had a technician diagnose your HVAC system and you were surprised at the cost of the repair? Guess who did that? My dad. You know what he did? He listened to his kid, and he called American Energy Heating and Air, who gives and takes pride in honest, straightforward solutions to get your system up and running. They went to my dad, gave him the bid, outbid the other people, and now they're replacing his air conditioner. Now have one of their qualified technicians come out and give you a free second opinion as well. American Energy Heating and Air, as I've told you for a long time, been around since 1981, serving the greater Sacramento area, A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. Look, if it's good enough for my dad, I got to think it's good enough for anybody else. I would not trust anybody else other than American Energy at 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990 or AmericanEnergyAir.com.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
Let's do it. Leading Off, the 3 top stories in the morning.
Huge news. This is very important.
Here's cut number 1.
Curry for the lead. Oh, kaboom!
That was Steph Curry doing his thing.
32 for Steph Curry. USF 1. Meaches. Can't respond. James, the rebound. Looking to run. Booker and Durant with him. James. Oh! LeBron James.
That was Steph Curry and LeBron James doing their thing. Joel Embiid also had a really good game, and Kevin Durant had that dagger. Carmelo Anthony was basically orchestrating that last play. So, you know, I just think that this was a game that will go down in history. And I am curious what people think as far as the U.S., they were supposed to win, right? Heavy favorites. They're supposed to win every game. What do you do or what do you say when they were heavy favorites, they didn't play up to their standard, now they're chasing from behind, and they end up winning, making it a good game, but technically it was never supposed to be a good game. So I was a little bit torn at first, I'm not going to lie to you, because if you put yourself in a bad situation and then you overcome the bad situation, how impressed should people be? That's how I initially felt, because you're thinking, what are they doing? You got Bam Adebayo taking threes when they're down 10. They're just not taking it seriously. And now they just lean forward just like that video game meme. And all of a sudden we have to praise them and say, oh my goodness, they did such a good job. I'm gonna be honest with you. That's how I initially felt. And then after watching the replays over and over again and hearing everybody talk about it, and yeah, hearing Kevin Durant talk about how happy and how fulfilled everybody was feeling, and how, hey, we'll get one more. And I'm not gonna lie, that LeBron James sound when he's cussing every other word, that got me too, right? It got me fired up. So I did change my feeling a bit on it, but initially I felt, yeah, if you're a heavy favorite and you turn it into a tough game, and I saw people say, look, it does speak to their mental fortitude. This is March Madness, and I thought Dwayne Wade and Noah Eagle did a great job, because in the NBA, you never really have to worry about this situation unless you're in the play-in or unless it's the end of the season and you need a win to get in, something like that. But it doesn't typically happen. There's no March Madness stuff going on besides the in-season tournament, but you know what I mean, for the actual championship. So Team USA, they're not necessarily used to having to put it out all on the table in game one. I think when you go into different series, you want to be up and you want to win game one, but nothing is ever, what do they say? Nothing is a must win until literally if you lose, you're eliminated. So I can't even lie to everybody listening here. At the very beginning, when I first finished watching the game, I thought, okay, that was a really good game. Obviously, how they closed it out. I think the U.S. led for a total of, 35 seconds or something ridiculous like that. But they put themselves in that situation. Steve Kerr was trying to be optimistic, but you could tell he was losing it. But then after I saw everything, I thought, yeah, I guess it doesn't really matter what things were supposed to be. All that matters is what happened, and the fact that they got it done. That's what matters. That's what matters. But I was torn at first because clearly they weren't supposed to be in that situation.
Yeah. I think part of it too is that the United States so rarely ever gets tested at the Olympics that I think having a game where they were down big at halftime and there was the fear that they might lose was part of what drew people in, and then the comeback just makes everyone feel good, because even if you were supposed to be heavy favorites and you have the clearly better team with better players, you still came back from down 15 points in the second half of a 20-minute basketball game.
Yeah, and I don't really think it's disrespectful to say that it really makes you feel like when you play your younger sibling, whether it's your brother, your sister, your cousin, and you lean forward and you let them get down a bit. Maybe you just weren't paying attention. Maybe you didn't purposely let them get down, but maybe you weren't paying attention and you just, all right, let's make a game out of it, and then you speed up. I don't think that's what the USA basketball team was trying to do, but that's ultimately what happened, and they were able to figure it out. All right, Kyle, let's get to cut number 2.
Cut number 2.
I'm going to give you a time to watch. 50.65 is the existing world record. Nobody has ever won 2 gold medals in this event.
Sydney McLaughlin, Lavroni does her thing. Simone tagged me immediately on social media after the race happened because she was very excited to watch that. I was just as excited, and she really did her thing. She gets the gold medal. She gets the world record, and this is what we're talking about with USA Track and really everyone doing their part and just leaving no crumbs, as the kids say. So that was great stuff there. We're really excited for her and her career, her family, everything that she's worked for every single Olympics and every single year that she has been doing this. So shout out to her. That was a really great moment. All right, Kyle, let's get to cut number 3.
Cut number 3.
You can deep over stacked left, Kittle and Jennings right. McCaffrey runs around Purdy, pressure, Purdy throws. Caught by Brandon Ayuk. Touchdown! San Francisco! Ayuk is on fire!
49ers first preseason game this Saturday. You can catch all the action here on Sacktown Sports 1140. And, this is going to be really interesting just from the aspect of everything that's been going on. A lot of people have said, hey, Brandon Ayuk hasn't been out on the practice field. There's no distractions. There's no this. There's no that. There's no distractions on the field. But what there have been on the field, injuries. There have been plenty of injuries going on. So how do the Niners overcome that? Most starters will not be playing this first game, but I am very interested to see how the Niners work through these tribulations that they're dealing with, these trials and tribulations. Even though it's just a preseason game, I want to see how Kyle Shanahan looks, right? And John Lynch will be out there somewhere, and the camera will find him. I want to see what their demeanor looks like. This is less about the actual game, of course, and more about what exactly are the Niners giving off. My guess is that they're going to try to act like everything is hunky-dory. I think that there's going to be a lot of throwing of the football. I think that the Niners are going to try to prove a point that we don't necessarily need Brandon Ayuk. I don't think they're going to be ridiculous with it because it's the preseason and most of the starters aren't playing, so it's not going to be particularly easy to do that. But I feel like there's going to be a lot of eyes on the Niners, not necessarily for what's happening on the field. I know Kyle Shanahan, pregame, postgame press conference, is going to have to deal with more Ayuk questions, and he's going to say, can we just focus on the game? So I'm excited for all of that, and I know at the end of the day, if you're a Niners fan, all that matters is that Niners football is back. I think a lot of Niners fans are to the point where, look, if Ayuk doesn't want to be with it, let's just get some resolution, and I think that's what a lot of people have been saying. How do you get the resolution? We played some Middlecoff sound yesterday, and I think that's where the Niners are at. Maybe it'll be part of the Friday news dump, and maybe they want to get this thing resolved before they take the field, even if it's a preseason game. But all eyes are going to be on the Niners and really the Niners staff just on how they're acting, how they're feeling going into this preseason matchup. I think there's not necessarily going to be a lot of faking, right? But I do think the Niners are going to want to give off that we're fine. We don't have an issue, and we can just power through. So that's going to be some good stuff. And don't forget, you can catch all the action right here on Sacktown Sports 1140, your Sacramento home of the San Francisco 49ers. Coming up next, look, it's my last day filling in for Carmichael Dave and Jason Ross. If somebody wants to come at me like this on the phone, like this Steelers fan came at the Pittsburgh radio, let's do it. Why not? We get into some Brandon Ayuk and some Steelers radio sound as they go back and forth. That's all coming up next on the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross. Alan Stiles filling in.
Subscribe to Sacktown Sports on YouTube and watch the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross, Stiles and Watkins, and the Drive Guys. Live Monday through Friday from 6 to 6. Plus view archive shows and exclusive content.
Subscribe at youtube.com/Sacktown Sports.
The Sacramento Kings play here.
He's got
the triple. Sacramento takes the lead. Outstanding ball movement by Sacramento.
Every triple, every jam, every Kings win.
Sabonis with the jam over the Joker. He's got the three-point shot.
Get your Kings fix all season long.
Right here on your home of the Sacramento
Here's
Kings.
a steal by Fox. The breakaway. He's got the rip with the left hand.
Sacktown Sports at sacktownsports.com.
Hello, I'm Frank Ockrell, the Retirement Security Centers with a weekly economic update. Are we speeding toward a recession? 2 recession indicators were triggered when the unemployment rate increased to 4.3% in July. The SOM rule states that a rise in unemployment of more than 0.5% from a 12-month low indicates a recession has been entered. While it has a perfect record looking at the 9 past recessions, it doesn't take into account all of the reasons for the rise. Spending on discretionary items such as travel, dining out, and accommodations make a case that consumers are not tightening their belts. According to Apollo Global Management's chief economist, Torsten Slok, there is not much evidence that we are in or entering a recession. Our jobs market has been propped up by a lack of layoffs, not robust hiring. Unemployment is rising due to higher labor participation rates as more workers have attempted to enter the workforce. Our employment picture isn't typical of a recession. Then again, what has been typical the past 4 to 5 years? Maybe it's time to put the brakes on the recession talk for now. How might this affect you or your family? Please go to frankontheradio.com to schedule an appointment, watch videos, and receive market updates. I'm ready to help you start your journey so you can define your future.
Securities and investment advisory services offered through Osaic FA Incorporated, member FINRA SIPC. Osaic FA is separately owned, and other entities and/or marketing names, products, or services referenced here are independent of Osaic FA.
Sacramento Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram. They believe it's all about people and choices. Their goal is to find the car that fits your lifestyle. With their huge inventory of models, they've got the right car and, more importantly, at the right price every time. Experience for yourself why their customers drive away smiling. Discover the difference, because it's not just about the car, it's also about the people. Experience the Sacramento Dodge Jeep and Chrysler difference off Business 80 next to Hagen Oaks, or you can find them online, sacksuperstore.com.
Hello, baby. Sammy Hagar presents the best of all worlds. I'm bringing some of my best friends along. Michael Anthony, Jason Bonham, and Joe Satriani. Friday, August 16th, Toyota Amphitheater. With special guest Loverboy. One night, every era, and a whole lot of Van Halen. Tickets on sale now at livenation.com as part of the Hard Rock Sacramento concert series.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for up to half the cost. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Savings based on cost of Consumer Cellular single line 1, 5, and 10 gig data plans with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plans offered by T-Mobile and Verizon January 2024.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer whenever I want?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. 94% of Sleep Number smart sleepers report better sleep. J.D. Power ranks Sleep Number #1 in customer satisfaction with mattresses purchased in-store. And now, during our biggest sale of the year, save 50% on the Sleep Number limited edition smart bed. Limited time. For J.D. Power 2023 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. To find a store near you, visit sleepnumber.com.
Golf to Go is brought to you by the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Here's Frank LaRosa.
When your game goes bad, getting back to basics is the quickest way to get on track. Many problems can be traced to forgetting the first lessons a good golf instructor covers: grip, alignment, and posture. If you're not holding the club properly, if you're not aligned to the target, and if you're not in an athletic posture when you take the club back, you'll have to manipulate it somehow to get it back square to the target. That's when bad things happen. When I find myself leaving shots out to the right, I check my grip on the club. I check to see that I'm holding the club lightly in my fingers and that my hands are close together. Check to see that the V's formed by my thumbs and forefingers point to my right shoulder. Take a practice swing and feel as though the hands are working together and turning over naturally through the impact area. Bad alignment makes a good shot go astray, and bad posture makes it difficult to generate club head speed. If you're having similar problems, a brush up with a PGA professional will get you going again. For Golf to Go, I'm Frank LaRosa.
Did you miss any part of our live local shows? Don't worry, you never have to miss them again. Check out sacktownsports.com and search our podcast page and play our shows when you want. The Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross, Stiles and Watkins, and the Drive Guys. Plus, other podcasts like Return of the Empire, Return of the Roar, the Stingers Up podcast, and Golf to Go with Frank LaRosa.
They're all available right now on sacktownsports.com.
Kyle?
They bleed black and purple. It's the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross on your sports leader, Sacktown Sports.
We are back, and this is Alan Stiles filling in for Carmichael Dave and Jason Ross. Last day with you, then we head back to Stiles and Watkins, and Watkins will be here at 10 a.m., a little bit before 10 a.m. for Friday Fun and Games. And we have some fun and games coming up right here as we get into the Brandon Ayuk situation with 93.7 The Fan. This is a Pittsburgh station that obviously talks a ton of Steelers. And, you know, they have Andrew Filipponi, who's been very active in everything that's been going on between the Steelers and the Niners, but they're getting into it with their own fans. So this is a cut that they posted, and obviously they love stuff like this. Radio stations love stuff like this. And this is a back and forth that I just thought was pretty funny between a caller and the two hosts for 93.7 The Fan, accusing 93.7 The Fan of, I guess, building up a trade that's not going to happen. And this is how it sounded.
Hi, Tony.
Good morning, gentlemen. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
I was really excited about this trade when, I guess it was back in March, Ayuk tweeted out that him and Tomlin were like twins, and I was like, oh, imagine if that guy got here. But the way you guys have salivated and butchered and miscalculated everything, I kind of hope we don't trade for him now because of you guys.
Wait, what?
Did I stutter?
Oh, we got a tough guy on the line. When you say you guys, who are you talking about?
The local Pittsburgh sports reporters.
Oh, because we're all one monolith. Everybody has the same ideas. Did I stutter? I'm not running cover for him. How am I running cover for Filipponi? I tweeted his tweet. I had him on the air.
Blame the Steelers sources. You blame the player.
I didn't do any. You're lying now, Tony. You're lying now. I said, here's what I said, liar. I said, Pony better be right. Tony.
I got you, Joey.
Tony. Let's give him a hand. Let's give him a hand.
Tony. What's the name? Tony. Is he still on the line?
He was born with you.
Where's he at? He's a jackass.
Where's he from?
The hell with him.
I don't know.
But that classic Joe, that's classic.
No, he's a classic jackass, an idiot who thinks that the Pittsburgh media,
is all one person.
They're out to get us.
So I thought that was outstanding. I mean, I just thought that was outstanding because you don't get a lot of that in Sacramento, right? Or really in San Francisco. I mean, I've been a part of shows with some spiciness, but that caller was so upset, so unhappy, and the radio host really didn't shut down. So again, you know, Friday, we're just trying to get through it until Jason Ross and Carmichael Dave return. We'll peel back the curtain a little bit. You don't really go, when you get into radio, they don't really tell you, at least I've never been told how to, I guess, handle callers. I think, and I've talked to Chris Watkins about this, a lot of people handle callers in different ways. But a lot of times when things get spicy, I think the spiciest it's ever got with me and a caller, this person wasn't even from San Francisco or Sacramento. They were from Baltimore, and it was the day the A's were announced to go to Sacramento, and Chris and I were trying to do a good job of being excited for Sacramento, but not disrespecting Oakland. And somebody from Baltimore called and talked about how they lost to their team back in the day, and how could you enjoy this even if you're Sacramento, you should boycott. And I just rang him, right? We had a little bit of a back and forth, and I tried to put myself in his shoes. He didn't want to hear it, so I just rang him. But I never had a back and forth like this where you have a caller calling out the whole station, right? Somebody that's associated with the station who's not even on the show. So basically that's the equivalent, and I guess he was saying, hey, you guys were retweeting him and things like that. That's the equivalent of if Brendan Nunez, he's going to catch a stray here. If Brendan Nunez says, "Hey, I got Kyle Kuzma." Right, Kyle Kuzma coming to the Kings, right? And if you're just now listening, we're doing an exercise here. That is not breaking news. I got Kyle Kuzma coming to the Kings, and Chris and I come on the show, and we talk about Brendan's report. We retweet him, things like that. That's like a caller coming in and then roasting me and Chris for, I guess, just supporting what Brendan said. And to be fair, we are all under the same umbrella. So I don't know who won that one, Kyle, but I thought it was hilarious when they started clapping and calling them all types of names. I've never been in a situation like that.
I don't even know what I would do in a situation like that. I mean, it's really... Because it's such a silly topic in the first place, too. Like, what is Brandon Ayuk's value worth to the Pittsburgh Steelers? We're talking about, like, getting rid of a backup receiver and a second-round pick. Like, it's just, it's so silly. It's so silly that this is the conversation that gets someone excited. So to your point, I'm sure as time goes on, we'll have some sort of engagement like that, but Sacramento is not really Sacramento's not really the city to have that kind of, like, aggressive back and forth type of conversation, because Sacramento people are just so damn nice.
I would say this. I know how you can get spicy if you really wanted to. And we've touched on it before, but I would say there are two names. Actually, I would say there are three names as far as the Sacramento Kings are concerned that you can formulate some conversations around if you wanted to get spicy. And really, this goes to the conversation that we're going to have later in the show. This is at 8:15. What happens if the Kings don't make the playoffs? I'm not saying I'm trying to make it spicy or anything like that. But if you wanted to, this is what it would be. These are the three names: De'Aaron Fox, Domantas Sabonis, and Keegan Murray. If the Kings don't make the playoffs, I do think there will be some very, very strong opinions on what could, would, and should happen next. I'm not saying I want that. Obviously, I want the Kings to make the playoffs and win the whole dang thing. But if they don't, or if they're stuck in the play-in again and they don't get into the playoffs, or I'd even say lose in the first round, there are going to be some questions that come up. And we might have a couple Joeys or Tonys calling in saying we need to do this or we need to do that. But I thought it was really good stuff. And you know what? That's what gets your blood flowing. That's what I'll say to that. As we get into the Niners, this is from Diana Rossini. And the Niners are still not satisfied. This is what she said at 2:30 yesterday. The 49ers to this point haven't been satisfied with the Steelers' offers and would like a receiver in return for Ayuk as part of a trade, although they are open to players at other positions, league sources said. I also saw a report that the Niners are trying to get a third team involved. And I don't even know how often 3-team trades happen in the NFL. So, I mean, this thing is really going to just drag on, it feels like, and I hope I'm jinxing it and it ends today, but it doesn't seem like that's the case. And the first comment under what Diana Rossini said is, so what you're saying is Ayuk has no interest in going to the Browns. But I think we already knew that, right? When the Browns had all the particulars worked out and the Niners were cool with it, but nothing else really mattered because it didn't go forward. That's when we all knew, okay, Ayuk does not want to go. Ayuk does not want to go for anything in Cleveland, like the dog pound, Deshaun Watson, anything like that. So I don't really see how this thing is going to end. Like I said, they got a preseason game coming up this weekend, and you know that they are going to just say, we're focused on that, we're focused on that, we're focused on that. But it's definitely something that isn't going away. It doesn't feel like anytime soon. And again, hopefully it's just part of the Friday news dump and it's over with. Later in the show, we'll get into Ayuk's wide receiver coach who was on Bay Area radio. And he essentially said that he's okay with $28 million. At least that's how people are perceiving it. $28 million a year, that is. So we'll definitely break all that down. But coming up next, safe or out here on the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross, Alan Stiles filling in.
What's the missing piece for the 49ers?
Which names will they add during free agency? Whether it's in season or off season, the coverage never stops. Get the latest 49ers news on Sacktown Sports and SacktownSports.com. The Sacramento Kings play here.
He's got the triple. Sacramento takes the lead. Outstanding ball movement by Sacramento.
Every triple, every jam, every Kings win.
Sabonis with the jam over the Joker. He's got the three-point shot.
Get your Kings fix all season long.
Right here on your home of the Sacramento Kings.
Here's a steal by Fox, the breakaway. He's got the rip with the left hand.
Sacktown Sports and SacktownSports.com.
Carmichael Dave here for Capital Casino. Sacramento summertime heat is back. And, of course, Cap Casino, Sacramento's #1 poker room, wants to invite everyone to soak up some air conditioning, still with the most variety of table games in the region. And, as always, the best food, best service, and the best action, conveniently located in downtown Sacramento. Capital Casino, of course, reminding everyone to please make sure you gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sacramento, Dierks Bentley's coming to town. Saturday, September 28th at Hart Health Park at Cal Expo for Country in the Park 2. And he's bringing some friends. Parmalee, Tyler Rich, Dasha, Kelsey Hart, and more. Saturday, September 28th at Hart Health Park at Cal Expo. Get your tickets today before they're sold out at CITPFest.com.
Brought to you by RVs of Sacramento and Hoblet Chrysler Dodge Jeep and Ram Center.
I'm a very active person that likes to move around and go. The pain I was in was really excruciating. It was actually debilitating. I was basically heading towards a sedentary lifestyle. I had really tried everything, but I quickly lost hope with all of the things that we had tried, and that's what led me to the Good Feet store. And when I found the Good Feet system, it really just changed everything. It brought me back to life. I have my active lifestyle back.
The Good Feet store in Sacramento, Roseville, and Vacaville.
Safe or out? It's time to go around baseball. 3 pitches, 3 swings. It's safe or out on the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross.
All right, Kyle, let's get the first question for safe or out.
All right, safe or out number 1. On Thursday, the Milwaukee Brewers dropped 16 runs on the Atlanta Braves. So safe or out, the Brewers will finish the regular season with a top 2 seed in the National League.
I definitely think that is safe. The National League, it's kind of a mess right now. It's kind of a mess right now with what's going on as far as the Braves now, and even yesterday, I didn't even realize that the Braves have been scuffling like this. The Dodgers are rolling, but they can't seem to stay healthy. And you know, who knows when they're going to get their full lineup back. So I think it's an opportunity for the Brewers, and it's crazy because Christian Yelich, who has dealt with so many injuries, they're still rolling without him. So I do think it's safe, but anything can happen in this mess of a National League. You know who I got coming out of the National League. It is the Philadelphia Phillies, but I think the Brewers can make some noise.
Yeah, I totally get it because the Philadelphia Phillies are on a mission after last year they kind of blew it. And I was surprised kind of just going through the box score of that 16-run game. Like, I knew Contreras was an all-star for the Brewers. I knew that, what's his name, Brian, their leadoff hitter has like one of the best batting averages in the league. But I was surprised just how deep the Brewers lineup went because it's, other than Yelich, almost completely different from 2 years ago. And yet, top to bottom, they've got guys that have OPS is over 700. And, you know, for nerdy stat guys like us, OPS plus is over 100. Like, that lineup is super deep for the Brewers.
I'm not sure about you, Kyle, but, you know, a lot of baseball fans have a list of baseball ballparks that they want to go to. And I don't know if the Brewers, if their ballpark is on a lot of people's lists, but I will say this, whenever I watch those games, going back to, again, when Christian Yelich was in his heyday, or even back in the day, further than that, when they had their playoff runs, it definitely feels like it's slept on. It definitely feels like it is a bit underrated as far as ballparks that people should want to go to?
I would say yes, and I have a deeper appreciation. I want to do the slide thing pretty much is kind of my thing. I just want to do the little slide at the Brewers Stadium. But yeah, I think whatever it's called now, I stadium names change so much, but I think it's called American Family Field now. But the Milwaukee Brewers Stadium seems like very, very fun. I don't know if it would be like at the top of any list for me, but I've also only been to like 3 or 4 ballparks before. So I think the Brewers one would be one that I want to see eventually, but I don't know if it's like I got to go to Milwaukee to watch a Brewers game.
Yeah. I mean, obviously it's going to be behind, and it depends on how the team is doing, of course. But it's going to be behind Wrigley. It's going to be behind Yankee Stadium. It's going to be behind Fenway. It's going to be behind at least those 3. I would say St. Louis, a lot of people would go and want to see a Cardinals game, Mets game as well. So that's my whole point, though, Kyle. That's my whole point. It's not at the top of the list, but that's why I'm calling it underrated, because those games look like a lot of fun. I saw someone poking fun at what is it, Truist Ballpark with the Braves, because they were calling Braves fans front runners, because the Braves, it looked a little bit empty in there, and they were calling Braves fans front runners. Because I will say this, doesn't necessarily matter what the Cardinals are doing, and the Cardinals are always okay, it feels like, but they're a team where it feels like the fans are always there. Going back to the Braves, though, I would say I think a lot of these fans are fair weather fans. Again, 162 games. If you're not playing well, people just don't want to bother with it. So I think that you can afford to be more fair weathery in baseball because there's so many dang games. What is our next safe or out question, Kyle?
Question number 2. Since the All-Star break, my San Diego Padres are 14-2. And they've got 10 games coming up against the Marlins, Pirates, and Rockies. So, safer out, before the month of August is over, San Diego is going to catch the Dodgers in the National League West standings.
And I just said out of the 2 teams yesterday, what did I said that I thought the Diamondbacks might be figuring it out, and it could be the Padres that fall back just to tick off you and Whitey. But the bottom line is, this is what the Padres, this is where they were supposed to be a couple years ago. And you can't look back, you can only move forward. And I think the Padres, they're a couple years removed now from the Fernando Tatis thing. He's a full-blown outfielder. He's not a shortstop anymore. He understands that position. He understands what comes with it. Manny Machado has struggled for a good bit of the year, but he could figure it out. He's a guy who loves to be a part of those really important at-bats. So I think it's safe. Partly I think it's safe because I'm always going to root for the Dodgers to falter. But I also do think that the Padres are in a position to really take advantage of an NL that is a bit of a mess, and to take advantage of a Dodgers team that is not healthy. I mean, Dodgers, we're finally seeing, and we know they have a great farm, but we're finally seeing some cracks in the armor. Oh, well, when half of your lineup, that's how good the Dodgers are, you need half the lineup out for them to finally struggle, and they're still getting W's, just not at the same clip. I mean, Kike Hernandez, that's just a name who, if he's not playing the Giants, he's just not going to really do much for you. So I think it's very possible and very safe that the Padres do catch the hated Dodgers in the NL West. What is the last safer out?
Our last safer out, the Toronto Blue Jays signed Joey Votto to their AAA Buffalo team, which is kind of fun. And he just hit his first home run. In 10 days, the Cincinnati Reds play against the Blue Jays. So, safer out, Toronto should promote Votto to the major leagues no matter what, under any circumstances.
That is an incredible find there, Kyle, and that is completely safe. You have to do that. You have to do that because everybody would want to see it. No matter if you're playing in Toronto or if you're playing with the Reds, you would definitely want to see Joey Votto go up against. And again, just a very, very silent, I don't know if it was you or Simone, Kyle, when we were talking about how these baseball players, they just go away silently. I mean, they just disappear and then they reappear on someone's AAA team. They just can't really, they don't want to give it up, right? And look, a wise man once told me, don't take your cleats off, make somebody else take your cleats off. And I think baseball players out of all the other sports, they really, really take that seriously. They do not let anybody take their cleats off. They're going to continue. Well, actually, it's the opposite. They never take their cleats off themselves. Somebody else takes them off by saying, hey, you're just not good enough anymore. But I think it's very safe for them to pull up Joey Votto because you have to, Kyle. There's no question. No question there.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is kind of the fun story about Joey Votto is that he's like one of the quietest Hall of Famers because like the Reds kind of had a couple of years there with Brandon Phillips and everyone where they were in the playoffs, but they never really had a deep playoff run. Most people remember them like getting no hit in the playoffs by Roy Halladay, but like Joey Votto is silently one of the great hitters in the history of baseball. And because he played in Cincinnati for so many years on teams that were kind of decent, but not great, no one thinks of it that way. For him to, at the end of his career, walk out of Cincinnati graciously and say like, hey, I know you guys probably aren't going to re-sign me. I know you want to go in a different direction. I accept this. And got a rousing ovation and all that good stuff. For him to walk out graciously and still be classy guy all the way to the end who is beloved in Cincinnati, I think it would be really cool for him to get that one more shot in the majors, even if it's just for like a week or 2 weeks on a Blue Jays team that has literally no chance of making the playoffs. It would be cool to get that. And to answer your point from earlier, he would be playing in Toronto, unfortunately, instead of in Cincinnati, but it's still a chance to play against the Reds. And I'm sure a whole bunch of people from Cincinnati would be grabbing their passports and headed on up to Canada if that game were to actually happen in a couple weeks.
Yeah, and it's funny you say that, Kyle, because now I'm starting to think of, when you use the word graciously, I'm starting to think about Brandon Crawford on the Giants and whether or not that would be seen as graciously. I don't think that Brandon Crawford really made a stink when he left. I think that he was just honest. And, he was one of the most decorated shortstops that the Giants have had as far as just what he did defensively and what he did in those World Series and the timely hitting that came from Brandon Crawford. And he left and he got asked questions and he answered the questions. So a lot of people went back and forth on, did Brandon Crawford have to do it this way? I think I've maybe even put out something that said, all right, it feels like there's just one too many. It's really a chicken or the egg thing. Because when you get released or something like that, and you or your wife, you have something to say, even if it's not bad, you get different places, whether it's Foul Pole Sports or whoever, what they want to talk about. They don't want to talk about what you're going to do with the Cardinals, Brandon. It's like if you go to a T-Pain concert, right? Or any of these older artists. Sorry, T-Pain, we don't really want to hear your new music. We want to hear Buy You a Drink. We want to talk about what happened with the Giants. And he knew that. And, I'm not saying he should or shouldn't have accepted those interviews. I do think he went about it gracefully. It's just always going to be sticky when you have a great like Brandon Crawford and somebody from the Bay Area who really connected with the team when he moves forward. So, yeah, that whole situation is always tough. But I don't think it was any less graceful than Joey Votto. I think a lot of people don't like Farhan, and I think that added to a lot of this as well.
Yeah, and I think Joey Votto gets the benefit of just being a more successful player, right? Brandon Crawford, correct me if I'm wrong, Brandon Crawford has had an incredible career, world champion with the Giants and everything. Is he someone who's going to be like a jersey retired kind of guy in San Francisco? I know he's not a Hall of Famer, obviously, by any stretch, but does he mean that much to that organization, being from there and all the years he spent there, that he's kind of like we're going to retire his jersey kind of player?
They're going to give him his flowers. Jersey retire. He was a part of multiple championship teams. And he's probably one of the most well-known Giant shortstops in history. If it's based on numbers, then no, I don't know that they would. If it's based on feels, then you could probably make that argument. So either way, I think a lot of people wanted Brandon Crawford to finish out his career, and I need to check how much he's even played. I know he started when the Cardinals played the Giants. I need to see how much he's actually played. But I mean, I think the tough thing is here, Kyle. You bring in Nick. The whole thing was Farhan keeps, and now this is just turning into a Giant segment. The contradictions just won't stop. Okay, you moved off of Jorge Soler, and everybody said, okay, you moved off of Jorge Soler because you want to give Marco Luciano DH at-bats. Well, Marco Luciano has had around 20 at-bats or less than that since the Soler move. Then you bring up Gerard Encarnacion, so now he's getting the DH because he was mashing in Sacramento when also Marco Luciano was mashing in Sacramento. So you have that situation. They said, we don't necessarily have a spot for Brandon Crawford. Brandon Crawford said that he was okay to do whatever they wanted him to do. Marco Luciano was supposed to be the shortstop of the future. Marco Luciano is not even a shortstop right now. They start the season off with Nick Ahmed and end up DFAing Nick Ahmed. So that was the issue. You went away. It honestly reminds me of the Eli Manning. I'm trying to remember when Eli Manning, when they went with, was it Tyrod Taylor or Geno Smith. It was Geno Smith when they went with Geno Smith. And I can't remember if the Giants were even still in contention at that point, but it just was unnecessary. It just felt like if Brandon Crawford truly wanted to stay and was willing to do whatever, moving off of him for two guys that are not playing shortstop for the Giants right now. One guy, is he still on the Dodgers and Nick Ahmed? Is he even still on the Dodgers? One guy, and Nick Ahmed, who's not even on the team anymore. The other guy, and Tyler Fitzgerald is balling out, but that wasn't the plan, so that's besides the point, okay? And the other guy in Marco Luciano, you don't even know if he's going to stay as shortstop. So you lost out on really a fairy tale ending with one of the best shortstops in the history of your franchise for nothing, for absolutely nothing. Okay, that was Safer out. Coming up next, we get into Team USA. They come back from double digits. How impressed were you with that comeback? And we open up the phone lines. Yes, I'm remote, but we're still getting to these phone lines. 916-339-1140. Feeling good on a Friday. Let's keep the vibes going. Carmichael Dave with Jason Ross. Alan Stiles filling in for the last time. We'll be right back.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets with nowhere to go. I didn't think I'd survive. But I did ask for help, and Covenant House was there for me.
1 in 10 young adults will experience a form of homelessness this year. For these kids who didn't ask to be put in this unthinkable situation, Covenant House is there.
Covenant House helped me break the cycle of homelessness in my family. They gave me the love that I needed.
Over 2,000 young people will sleep safely in a Covenant House bed tonight. When youth who are experiencing homelessness have a hot meal, a safe place to sleep, medical care, and love, they can overcome heartbreaking challenges and have a brighter future.
They just really genuinely just wanted to help me succeed, and I'm succeeding. I'm a speaker, I'm an author. Covenant House really helped me and really helped mold me into the woman I am today.
If you or someone you love is asking for help, go to safeplacetosleep.org today.
Timmy, everybody. Great job. Next up for our 5th grade class recital, we have Samantha.
10 times better performance can make a big difference. Castrol Edge Motor Oil gives your engine 10 times better high-stress performance. Castrol Edge, better oil for maximum performance. Now through December 28th, Castrol Edge and Edge High Mileage Motor Oil are on rollback at Walmart.
Claim based on sequence 9 test under high-load conditions versus API SP test limits.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the 2nd largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
he was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
All right, get ready for an incredible lineup of live music and events with the Sacktown Sports live events calendar. Jason Mraz is at Thunder Valley on August 9th, and don't miss the Truckee Music Festival on August 9th and 10th, featuring Kip Moore and Sublime. Then rock out with the Mick Adams Stones Tribute on August 15th at Thunder Valley. And get ready for Michael Franti at the Backyard in Sacramento on August 23rd. It's Soul Fest 24 live on August 24th at Thunder Valley. Plus, take a trip back in time with 80s Rewind at Thunder Valley on September 1st. Train and REO Speedwagon are at Toyota Amphitheater on September 6th, and the Doobie Brothers at Toyota Amphitheater on September 10th. Then don't miss the Lodi Grape Festival September 12th through the 15th, featuring Joe Nichols and Smash Mouth. And you'll laugh out loud with George Lopez at Hard Rock Live Sacramento coming September 21st. Then it's Bad Religion at Hard Rock Live Sacramento on October 19th. The Sacktown Sports live events calendar is your ticket to the hottest live shows in town.
Hello, baby. Sammy Hagar presents the best of all worlds. I'm bringing some of my best friends along. Michael Anthony, Jason Bonham, and Joe Satriani. Friday, August 16th, Toyota Amphitheater. With special guest Loverboy. One night, every era, and a whole lot of Van Halen. Tickets on sale now at LiveNation.com as part of the Hard Rock Sacramento concert series.
When you think of greatness on the football field, one name stands out. Tim Brown, a Hall of Famer, Heisman Trophy winner, and Pro Bowler. He epitomizes excellence. Experience all-star service off the field with Fire Code safety equipment. For over 40 years, Fire Code has been Sacramento's MVP, serving the business community with Hall of Fame products and all-star service. Fire Code is your complete solution for all fire protection needs. Their top-tier performance ensures your fire safety equipment is safe and reliable. From equipment to design, installation, maintenance, and alarm monitoring, their team is committed to excellence, just like the Hall of Famers themselves. When it comes to fire protection, you need Hall of Famers and all-stars on your team. Choose Fire Code Safety, where excellence meets reliability. Visit firecode.com for more information. Fire Code Safety is a proud sponsor of the Gold Rush Classic Celebrity Pro-Am. Come play with the All-Stars. Visit goldrushclassic.org for more details.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios. KHTK AM Sacramento. KYMX HD2 Sacramento. Sacramento's official home for the San Francisco 49ers.
Touchdown! San Francisco!
Sacktown Sports.
The Carmichael Dave Show.
He's on the microphone when he's not on the microphone. He's playing a song, and when he's not playing a song, he's on the microphone. And then
with Jason Ross.
No, he didn't. Yes, he did.
Call or text at 916-339-1140.
It's the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross on Sacktown Sports.
7 o'clock hour. We have made it on a Friday where everybody's feeling good, and hopefully you're feeling good. Hopefully you got paid. I know some of you got paid, and we love to see that. Taking you through Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross, Alan Stiles filling in. I will be returning to my normal home, Stiles and Watkins, 10 a.m., 2 p.m. That will be happening on Monday, and the guys will be back on Monday. Don't worry if you've been missing them. I'm sure you have, but hopefully you have been having some fun with me this week. Kyle doing a great job for me today as I had to go remote. And yeah, you know, one thing that I've been saying throughout the course of this show this week is, just learning a lot of people's listening habits. And there were some people that didn't even know I was at the station. October will be a year that I've been at Sacktown Sports with Chris Watkins and myself doing Styles and Watkins. So if you've liked what you have heard, be sure to check us out 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. every single day. And it will be quite the comeback when we do get back together on Monday. And that's what happened with Team USA. They were down double digits. It didn't look good. They couldn't get anything going. You had all the players from the Serbian team balling. Every Jokic and Jovic and everybody was just doing their thing. And Bogdanovic was giving it to Team USA. He's doing the three to the dome, just like Carmelo from back in the day. And they were feeling themselves. But I'm sure I'm not the only one. When Bogdanovic did the three to the head and he was looking at Melo, I'm sure they were talking trash to each other. I saw a clip that they actually faced each other when Melo was still playing in the Olympics. So that beef goes deep, apparently. And I think I wasn't the only one. And I don't actually know what happened. All I remember seeing is that Bogdanovic, who was arguing with the refs and talking trash, Bogdanovic does the three to the dome. The next scene was LeBron with Bogdanovic. They're both looking up at the screen, and LeBron said something to him like, you did that, or you see that. All I know is it ticked LeBron off. And I'm pretty sure I'm not the only one that felt like this. As soon as that happened, we all knew, yep, Serbia messed up. That was what you can't do. You cannot poke the bear. They still led after that, and I think that was before halftime. So they went into halftime with the lead and really controlled a lot of the game for the third quarter, even though Jokic got into foul trouble. But I think we all knew when that happened, Serbia done messed up, and Serbia is not going to win this basketball game. Didn't know how it would happen, had no clue how it would happen, but I know that's how I felt, and ultimately that was what went down. Steph Curry balling out for 36 points, doing his thing. LeBron James ended up having a triple-double, and that is ridiculous to do in a 40-minute game. So, like I said in the 6 o'clock hour, when a team that was supposed to win and supposed to win big puts themselves in a bad situation, sometimes you're not necessarily sure how you should feel. And I was that person. I didn't know how I should feel. I didn't know how impressed I should be per se, because at the end of the day, the USA, I mean, if the reason they were mad at Noah Lyles is because the NBA is the best league in the world and every player they have plays in the NBA, then yeah, I mean, how impressed should I be? You can't have it both ways, is how I felt. You can't say the NBA is so much better than every other league that there's no need to have a conversation about the Olympics, but at the same time say, oh my goodness, what a comeback. How did the USA pull this off? But I think I've learned that you can, right? In sports talk, you don't really like to fence it, but you can have two things that compartmentalize, hey, yes, the NBA is the best league in the world. Yes, that team is the deepest team by far and the best team by far. But that was still a really good game and something that we don't get to see because the NBA and the NBA players that are on Team USA, they are typically so much better than everybody else they're playing. But you do get teams, and I know Canada's not in this one, but you get teams like Serbia and Canada and other teams that are sprinkling in more and more NBA players. So all in all, I ended up kind of flipping how I initially felt after seeing how juiced everybody was, and Twitter was ridiculous and social media was ridiculous. So I did swap and start to feel good and start to feel, I guess, more impressed that the Team USA got it done. And of course, Steph Curry balling out for Team USA. And I would say, as far as Steph Curry is concerned, I mean, look, like I said, I covered in the Bay Area, so I know how it feels when most people are rooting for Steph Curry and how electric that can be. But the whole nation rooting for Steph Curry, I mean, that was something else that I've never seen. And I can't wait to talk to Chris Watkins, who doesn't even call Steph. He calls him Wardell. I can't wait to hear from Chris Watkins and hear what he has to say about the situation, because this is your country, Chris. This is your country. You can't hide from your country. So even the biggest Steph hater, and that doesn't just go for Steph. If you're a LeBron hater, you root for LeBron. If you are a Kevin Durant hater, you hate for Kevin Durant. Jason Tatum again, not getting off the bench. So I know Bill Simmons isn't happy about that. Joel Embiid has some haters out there. Joel Embiid was getting booed every time because he could have played for France. But I saw something else, and I'm not trying to take it there in an election season, but I saw somebody say, this was the most united our country has been since I was 12 years old. And that was really how it felt. And that truly is what the Olympics is about. What did you think, Kyle? I know you were rooting for Serbia, but what did you think of the game?
Yes, I was most definitely rooting for Serbia. I was all in on the upset because remember back, was it Monday or Tuesday when we were watching the Serbia versus Australia game together, and I got emotionally invested in Serbia. And then when I saw they were up, I was like, oh yeah, for sure, let's go Serbia. This is the joke I had for it. Was Steph Curry's 36-point game coinciding with his new show on Peacock dropping the same day? Did he have a bad run all throughout the Olympics, and then the day that his show was coming out, he got the best promotion in the world by choosing to drop 36 points in a semifinal? Is that true?
Stop it. Just stop it. Okay. That is not the case. And by the way, I don't know. I don't know what could save it, because maybe I'll give it a chance if nothing else. And I got a long list of shows I got to watch, because that show does not look good. So
Agreed.
That show does not look good. So regardless of Steph dropping 36 or 56, maybe it'll make people get into it. But that show, and I know he had the golf show a couple years ago, that show looks not good. I'll just be nice because it's Friday and we're all feeling good. That show does not feel like it's going to be a winner. But you're right, promotion-wise, to get people there, why not? 916-339-1140. Let's get to Lambert, who wants to talk Team USA. What's up, Lambert?
Yes. As a person who comes from a winning tradition, Grant High School and Boise State University, what I saw yesterday was one of the greatest performances, and I've seen many, and that's Steph Curry. He did what he did to Sacramento. He put out 50 to send them home. You have to do something spectacular. Also, shout out to Kevin Durant. I was hearing people on this show saying he's too old. He saved them against South Sudan, and he, to me, contributed heavily yesterday. I wish them well. And I'll end by saying that whoever that was talking about Serbia and talking about Joker, this show was talking a lot about Joker. Joker only had 17 points and they lost by 5. So he should receive some of the blame too. He really didn't perform like the MVP of the NBA.
Thanks for the call, Lambert. Yeah, I would say that it's one of those situations where, you know how Jokic is. Jokic is somebody who he scores when he has to. I mean, that's why we compare him to Sabonis in a way. Everybody else was rolling. So at the time, you kind of felt like he didn't have to score. Then towards the end, to that point, when, you know, backsides got tight for Team Serbia and those threes stopped falling. It's so funny because we see this game in the NBA so much when there is a huge favorite against a team that really shouldn't be in the conversation. We watch this game all the time. It's easy to make those shots in the first quarter. It's easy to make those shots and do the Carmelo Anthony 3 to the head if you're Bogdanovich in the second quarter and even the third quarter. But the fourth quarter comes around and things are just different. That's money time. And how many times have we seen better teams, steal games? And if you got some cheese on the game, you're thinking, oh, my underdog's going to hit. It's going to hit. And then in the last 30, 40 seconds, you lose. And that's exactly what happened with Team Serbia and Team USA. But it was because of everything that USA did and put out on the floor. I don't necessarily know that I would blame Jokic simply because there was a lot on his plate, right? And the first couple games that Team USA had against Serbia, you know, they had served him up. So again, they had no business Serbia being in that game. They were in it because they couldn't miss from 3. So maybe, yes, he could have turned into a closer, but you're dealing with an Anthony Davis, a Joel Embiid, and a Bam Adebayo. So, I mean, that's a lot for any guy. And he's an MVP, but he's not Superman. But all in all, to your point, Lambert, I think it was a great game. And I don't know if it was this show or when it was actually Carmichael Dave and Jason Ross. Maybe it was you, Kyle, because we know you love some Jokic. Maybe he's talking about you. But all in all, great game. And now the U.S. has an opportunity to bring home gold in front of the home team, against the home team, in front of the home crowd. And we know that game is going to be exciting. Again, this Olympics, maybe it's because the last Olympics you were dealing with the COVID situation, but this Olympics, and we'll have a full recap when the whole thing is over, but the electricity of this Olympics, I mean, it's got to be one of the most memorable Olympics of recent memory. I'm not going to say ever. I'm not going to do all that because I know historians will come down my road, but it definitely is something that was much needed in this quiet time when you're dealing with the Brandon Ayuk drama and the Kings saying, hey, this is the core we're going to go into. This is exactly what the doctor ordered. Coming up next, we get into a little 3 for Madness, 3 sports questions. Do you want to be a part of it? 916-339-1140. And then Kyle has some fun because I am the Noah Lyles apologist. What do I have to say now that Noah Lyles bronzed and had this whole situation testing positive for COVID a couple days ago? Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross, Alan Stiles filling in.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave inviting you to make the switch to electric this spring and save big with American Energy. Stay ahead of those spiking energy bills this summer with up to $9,000 in rebates on a new ultra-high efficiency comfort system. American Energy is providing huge rebates from SMUD as well as spring specials by installing one of many incredibly efficient AC options available to you right now. Get rid of those fluctuating gas bills in the winter and switch to year-round all-electric with American Energy. Let them perform a free in-home energy efficiency analysis and see where they can help you save for the warmer months ahead. These guys are the best. Been serving the greater Sacramento area since 1981. A+ from the Better Business Bureau. Learn more by calling 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
3 questions, 3 answers. It's 3 for Madness on the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross.
Here's question 1.
All right, it is 3 for Madness time here. Question number 1 for you, Mr. Stiles. Who will finish as the leading scorer in the USA versus France gold medal game?
That's a tough one. I don't know that Steph will go back-to-back and really just show out 2 games in a row. There's so many options here. Is the easy option, I mean, Noah Eagle kept saying Captain L'America, is the easy option that this is the game that LeBron James goes off. He probably already has Olympic MVP in the bag if USA wins, but if he goes out and scores the most, or I guess he could just be more focused on a triple-double. It's a tough one. You could go you could go in any direction. Obviously, you have Kevin Durant going, coming off the bench. So I don't know if it could be KD. You just never know with Steve Kerr. And by the way, everybody having some fun at Steve Kerr's expense with the rotations and saying, man, I have so much more respect for Steph because that was a typical Warriors game. Steph gets going. He gets taken out as soon as he gets hot. So that's just what normally happens. But Steve Kerr makes it hard to guess. LeBron scoring wise, I don't know if he'll get there. I do think LeBron will get Olympic MVP. But as far as the highest scorer, I feel like it could be somebody. I feel like it could be a Devin Booker type situation or something like that. It's a tough one. It's a tough one. I'm stuck between Devin Booker and Kevin Durant. I don't think, and LeBron James. I don't think it'll be Joel Embiid. I don't know if Steph has another one of those games back to back. I'm going to go random and say Devin Booker.
Well, let me help you out here a little bit, because the question was who's going to be the leading scorer in the game. So if you think Evan Fournier is going to go on a heater, drop 29 points in a loss or a win, but probably a loss for Team France, you can pick someone from the French team. If Nick Batum is going to have that game like he had in the playoffs for the Sixers, where he hits like 6 3-pointers, you can pick someone from the French team. Maybe it's a win by committee for the U.S.
Oh, I know I can, but I'm just not going to. All right. Drew Holiday is locking up Fournier, or somebody is Derek White. Somebody is locking him up. I don't think they're going to be doing all that. So I'm picking somebody from Team USA. Unlike you, Kyle, I love my country, and I'm not going to root against them. And I don't even think they'll have the top score, France. So I'm rocking with Devin Booker, your boy, Devin Booker, to be the top scorer. Just kind of out of nowhere in a game where if he gets hot, we know what he can do. So I'm tempted to say LeBron, but I think LeBron has just been doing a little bit of everything. So I don't think he'll be the top scorer. So I'm rocking with Devin Booker. What's question number 2?
Question 2.
All right. The NBA Christmas Day games are out. We might get into this later, but just real quick, which game are you most excited for between the 5 options? Spurs Knicks, Timberwolves Mavericks, 76ers Celtics, Lakers Warriors, or Nuggets and Suns?
I think it'll have to be, what did we just watch, man? It's probably going to be Lakers Warriors. That slate, it's not great. It's not great. And a lot of people are upset about it. You know, we'll talk about Oklahoma City Thunder not being a part of that slate a little later in the show. But yeah, I think it has to be Lakers Warriors. I know we've seen it again. That's really by default. I'm looking here at the other games that you said, Kyle. Spurs at Knicks. Sure, right? I think that could be interesting. That's probably the most random game. Normally they keep it between the same conference. Timberwolves at Mavericks. I like that game. But again, I guess Anthony Edwards versus Luka, I'll definitely watch. 76ers at Celtics. 76ers have just been, I know they got Paul George now, and that can maybe it'll change once the season gets started. If the Lakers and Warriors are both not good, then this doesn't have the same oomph that it would have. So maybe that's part of it. Nuggets at Suns. Yeah, neither of those teams are really compelling to me. So if I can't pick Lakers Warriors, or let's say Lakers Warriors are both at the bottom of the barrel towards the beginning of the season, I guess it would be Sixers at Celtics, because you got Paul George, you got Tyrese Maxey, Joel Embiid. I'm just not particularly confident that the Sixers will all be there. Will Paul George and Joel Embiid be there? I don't know, but I guess I'm not picking Lakers Warriors. I'll go 76ers at Celtics. But again, kind of a rough slate. And I say that, see, this is the thing about everybody that complains about, oh my goodness, OKC is not in it. They're not in it. Can you honestly say, and maybe you can, I'm not saying that you can't, but everybody's saying that. And I know one of these days, LeBron and Steph and KD, they're going to be gone, and you're going to have to pass the torch. But people will complain about stuff like that just to complain. You're not watching you're not watching OKC and whoever they're playing. That is not what you're lining up. I get it. They should be there on principle, but you're truly, oh man, I really wanted to watch them. And I get it. It's kind of a chicken or the egg thing. Well, you have to put them out there so that people do get used to them. But and Eric Stoneburner on the chat mob is saying they should be on Christmas. My argument isn't that they shouldn't be on Christmas. I think they should as the 1 seed. My argument is I don't know how much of you that are saying they should be on would watch OKC. I think that's what's happening here. If anything, what they should have done is OKC versus the Knicks. I think that is what should have went down. I don't know. I know it's Wembanyama, but again, that's such a random game, the Spurs at Knicks. It should have been OKC at Knicks, because then you have the Knicks versus Shea and a 1 seed. That's what I would do. That's what I would do. I would have went OKC at Knicks. I know Wembanyama is Wembanyama, but the Spurs aren't. I mean, they might sneak into an 8 seed via the play-in, but the Spurs aren't going to be particularly good. So I think that it was a bit of a swing and miss here. And you knew that Lakers and Warriors were going to play. I mean, they're going to milk this thing. Adam Silver, they're going to milk this thing for LeBron and Steph as long as the end is near. The end is near. So that's exactly what they're going to do. And we're not surprised about it. Okay, Kyle, next question.
Question 3.
Besides basketball, which team sport are you most excited to watch the gold medal match for this weekend? Because I was getting into some women's volleyball yesterday. It was Italy against Turkey. It was fantastic. So I'm going to throw it out to you. What do you think is your sport besides basketball?
Well, I think that I'm trying to remember everything that has gold medals on the line. There's basketball. I would say, did soccer go yet, Kyle? Did soccer go yet?
Nope, we still have soccer ahead of us.
I'm rocking with soccer. That's what we got there. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I got you. I'm the soccer one I think is going to be interesting because the men's side, I think they just send under 23 people to the Olympics.
That's right.
But for the women's side, it's U.S. against, I can't remember who's playing, but it's going to be, I think, a pretty good match from what I understand.
Yeah, and I'm seeing here, you still have a lot that can change here for the gold medal amounts. China still in the lead on U.S. U.S. is just dominating the medals in general, but China 31 golds to the United States 30. It seems like every time the United States get one, China gets one as well. So that is what I'm most excited about. If the U.S. obviously basketball takes care of business, you still got, by the way, Noah Lyles is dropping out of the relay, but he feels like the United States could still get that done. So a lot of opportunities to get at least a couple gold medals and beat out China for that top position. Okay, and that's more bragging rights going into the next Olympics. And speaking of the Olympics, what in the world happened to Noah Lyles? Did he do too much talking? Do you feel bad for him? Are you glad he lost? Let's get a little bit uncomfortable here. Coming up next on the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross, Alan Stiles filling in.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Bonnie.
I'm Tamara Berg in the KCRA 3 Weather Center. It is Friday and we're out the door. Seeing plenty of sunshine around. We'll have light winds this morning. Comfortable start to the day and warm, but not as hot as we've been. Highs today will peak in the upper 90s. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA 3 News and the KCRA 3 app.
It's been said an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. And when it comes to a nice, cool summer, it's so true. Right now, get a complete air conditioner tune-up for just $59. Bonnie. Plumbing, sewer, electrical, heating, and air. Bonnie.com. Some restrictions apply. License 696-355.
Timmy, everybody. Great job. Next up for our 5th grade class recital, we have Samantha.
10 times better performance can make a big difference. Castrol Edge Motor Oil gives your engine 10 times better high-stress performance. Castrol Edge, better oil for maximum performance. Now through December 28th, Castrol Edge and Edge High Mileage Motor Oil are on rollback at Walmart.
Claim based on sequence dyne test under high-load conditions versus API SP test limits.
Last year's RV trip, we met a couple with the same bumper sticker. What are the odds?
Your cousin isn't a good storyteller.
He was a podiatrist, or was it a pharmacist? Huh, you don't say. Oh, I can't remember.
But she owns an RV protected by Progressive, and you don't. So until you get your own RV, her stories are the most interesting stories you've ever heard.
Wow, interesting.
And when you do get your own RV, save money by bundling it with your home, auto, or other vehicles with Progressive.
Oh, anesthesiologist. He was an anesthesiologist.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Hey, movie fans, it's time to get your tickets to see Borderlands, the IMAX experience at the Esquire IMAX Theater in downtown Sacramento.
It's on the weirdest, most dangerous dumpster fire of a world in the universe. God, I hate this planet.
The best-selling video game of all time hits the big screen with a ragtag team of misfits on an epic adventure to achieve unimaginable power. Don't miss opening weekend of Borderlands in front of the Esquire IMAX 6-story screen. Grab your tickets early at IMAX.com/Sacramento and reserve your seats today. Sacramento, Dierks Bentley's coming to town. What was I thinking? I'm getting drunk on Saturday, September 28th at Hart Health Park at Cal Expo for Country in the Park 2. And he's bringing some friends. Farmerly, Tyler Rich,
Dasha, Kelsey Hart, and more. Saturday, September 28th at Hart Health Park at Cal Expo. Get your tickets today before they're sold out at CITPFest.com.
Brought to you by RVs of Sacramento and Public Chrysler Dodge Jeep and Ram Center.
Waking you up with the best in local sports.
Interesting. Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross.
Sacktown Sports.
We are back. Alan Stiles filling in for Carmichael Dave and Jason Ross, of course. The guys will be back on Monday, and I will be back to my normal position of Stiles and Watkins, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Kyle doing a great job for us today, working through all the changes. This is my first remote show. So, this is what happens. Everybody takes vacation, all right? And you just gotta just grab your lunch pail and figure it out. You know what I mean? There's no time for complaining. There's no time for we can't do this or we can't do that. You got to pull yourself up by your bootstraps and find a way to get it done. And that's exactly what Kyle Ledbetter has done as we take you up to 10 a.m. where my usual partner, Chris Watkins, has you from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. But speaking of getting it done, that is not what happened with one Noah Lyles. He went for the very rare double in the Olympics with Usain Bolt and Carl Lewis and was unable to get it done. And, Noah Lyles, he does a lot of talking. That's what he has always done and will continue to do throughout his career. That's just who he is. And when you talk, people are going to have things to say when you don't back it up. And he ends up getting bronze with the 200, and a lot of people were saying, what's going on here? He got memed for a lot of different reasons. He was laying on the ground after. I think he got moved in a wheelchair at one point, and it eventually came out that he tested positive for COVID. Now, and by the way, Tobogo of Botswana won, and that was Letsail Tobogo won of Botswana, and Bednarik from the U.S. got second place with Noah getting third. And yeah, I mean, you can look at this a couple ways, right? And I know I've been very honest. I've been very honest with everybody about being a bit of an apologist for one Noah Lyles. And it's not even that I wanted to be an apologist. I just thought that the hate that he got was just a little too much. I mean, we're sitting here, Kevin Durant. So think about it like this. We just talked about Kevin Durant coming down some random Twitter trolls road about, oh man, Serbia should feel good, blah, 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 blah. And Kevin Durant saying, where are you from? At the same time, we have those same people rooting against, I'm not saying Kevin Durant, but I'm saying we have some of those same people rooting against Noah Lyles because of what he said about the champions of what? The United States. And that went viral back in the day. And now he's been written off for certain people. A lot of people just don't want to hear about Noah Lyles and really just prey on his downfall, as crazy as that sounds. So when you're Noah Lyles and you're kind of brash and you're loud and that's just who you are, people are either going to love you or hate you. So this whole thing happens. He gets the 100 by the skin of his chinny chin chin. You had people saying he shouldn't even be able to celebrate the same way because of how small the margin was, right? And then you go on, you go on to lose the 200, and you lose it in a way where, I mean, it wasn't particularly close, right? And you did all the talking. We heard him say, the 200 is my baby. And funny enough, even though a lot of people would argue that the 100 is the most premier track event, right? I mean, when you hear track runners talk about it, they say, yeah, that's the one you need to get. If you are a sprinter, that's the one you need to get. Well, he got it. But for Noah, it might even feel different because I don't know if he would trade both. He wanted the double, but the 200 is truly his baby. The 200 is how he really built his name in this track and field world. Now he has to wait. I think, what is he, 24 or 26? So he'll be around 30 that next go round. And meanwhile, you have some really young dudes, and Tobogo is either 20 or 21. So he's going to be in his prime. So is Noah going to get revenge, right? I don't even know. What's funny is going into LA, what's funny is, does he even attempt the double, or does he just focus on getting the 200? Because then you can say, hey, I have a career double. I have a gold in the 100 and a gold in the 200. I didn't do it at the same Olympics, but I'm sure people would take that because I'll say this. Racing both, you don't really realize how much they're running, and you can't really mess around. I mean, these are the top of the top, cream of the crop. You can't just jog out there. I remember when we would do liners in basketball and they would put 32 seconds on the shot clock, and you could just coast if you had any type of speed at all because it was fine. This is not that situation. You're still racing against the top of the top, and if you aren't ready for that, we've seen multiple times every Olympics, one of the favorites not even get through because they thought they had more time. So if you're Noah Lyles, you go through all the heats for the 100, then you race the 100, then you go through all the heats in the 200, then you race the 200. So I'm not making excuses. I think it just kind of illustrated or illuminated how difficult the double is. And then for him to come out and say he had COVID, I know he said he felt pretty close to where he wanted to be, even though it didn't work out for him. And he felt worse on Tuesday. I'm really not going to get into the nook and cranny of whether or not he should have been out there. That's not really my gig. And I honestly don't really know. He was out there, so somebody else can ask that question. That's not going to be me. I'm going to stick to what happened on the track. And on the track, regardless of whether he was feeling it or not, he knew he was going to race, right? And he knew he had to attempt the double. So, I mean, again, not trying to have a COVID conversation, but I would imagine that still getting a bronze coming off of the 100, attempting the double, when he grew up with asthma, by the way, still getting a bronze is pretty darn impressive. It was pretty darn impressive, I will say, and that's not to say he's a perfect racer. I know there were conversations after, and he's done for the rest of the Olympics, by the way. There were conversations after as far as who's the face of the Olympics, and Tebogo said, and I don't necessarily think sometimes there's an issue with, I guess, translation, right? He said, I can't be the face because I'm not, what did he say, loud and obnoxious or loud and arrogant like Noah. I don't know if he even really meant it in a diss, to be honest. You can listen to the sound. I think that he really just meant it like, I don't have an outgoing personality. That's how I took it, but some people took it a different way. We'll play that for you a little bit later in the show. But right now we have Noah Lyles basically breaking down what ended up happening with his COVID diagnosis. Here it is.
I woke up early, about 5 a.m. on Tuesday morning, and I just was feeling really horrible. And I knew it was more than just being sore from the 100, Woke up the doctors and we tested, and unfortunately it came up that I was positive for COVID. My first thought was not to panic. Thinking, I've been in worse situations. I've run with, worse conditions, I felt. And we just took it day by day, trying to hydrate as much, quarantined off. And I definitely say that it's taken its toll for sure, but I've never been more proud of myself for being able to come out here and getting a bronze medal, where last Olympics I was very disappointed, and this time I couldn't be more proud.
The only thing, Kyle, and maybe I'm not being fair, and I didn't have a problem with what he said at all. I mean, he's just saying what happened. If you really want, and Kyle, maybe I'm doing too much here, but if you really want to just silence people, just throw any kind of said it. But I really would have loved to hear, and again, I'm the Noah Lyles apologist here. I really would have loved to just hear a no excuses. At some point, you can still say everything you said, but just give out a no excuses. He did say, I've run in worse conditions before, but it's almost just like cover your what, right? Because people are going to say, oh, just say it. Say everything you said, but just say no excuses. He said, I've ran in worse conditions. I've done this, I've done that. So he kind of said it, but I was really hoping when I was listening to that to just hear a no excuses. But maybe I'm tripping. I just know with the hate that he's faced and the memes, right? Because he's running all around and people are saying, did he not have COVID? I mean, to me, whenever I get sick or whatever it is, you're trying to convince your body that you're okay, almost, right? You're trying to power through. So when I watched it, it wasn't, oh, was he not feeling COVID prior to the race? I think he was just trying to build up his everything, his endorphins, and really just hype himself up to the point where he wouldn't feel he would just get through the race, and that was it. And it wasn't enough. You could argue and say maybe you should have saved that energy for the race, but ultimately I don't know if it would have made if him running out. And I'll be honest with you, he was running for a bit because I watched it again, and he runs out. He runs to one end. Okay, he literally runs maybe a tenth down the track. Runs back to the other side. And this is what he does by the way, he does something like this for every race, right? Runs to the other side and he's saying, let me hear it, let me hear it. So there was a lot. You could make the argument that little bit of energy maybe could have saved. Now, I'm thinking about this as I'm talking, Kyle. What were your thoughts on everything that went down with Noah Lyles and really how his Olympic run ended, or at least his Paris Olympic run ended?
Okay, so to your point about you wanted to hear a no excuses as the Noah Lyles apologist, and it would make you feel better. I don't know if I necessarily needed a no excuses kind of response, because I feel like it's playing the result a little bit. And maybe that's because I'm operating under the assumption we would have found out that he had COVID regardless of whether he got a gold medal, a bronze medal, no medal, or dropped out altogether, right? I think they were waiting until after the race to say it, no matter what happened. But even if he wins and he can hold up for the rest of time, I'm the guy who won a gold medal with COVID, and it's Noah Lyles' crowning achievement of his career, and he can hold that up for the rest of time as the American sprinter that completes the 100-meter, 200-meter double, all that stuff. I don't feel like I necessarily would have needed the apology just because he didn't win, because getting bronze, like he said, is still super impressive. And if this is the end of his Olympic run, or at least him at the peak physical shape, because this was kind of like his Olympics in terms of like where he was in his prime, then you know what? He got a bronze in Tokyo. He got a bronze in Paris under different circumstances, and he kind of had the perspective. But I understand the memeing of him, and I think it's totally fair when you're the guy who, what was the quote we were joking about on Tuesday? When you're the guy who says, when I come around that turn, people are going to be depressed. When you're that guy, I get the response being a little bit of making fun of him, even from people who are also rooting for him to win at the same time, because an American won silver, and most people aren't really talking about that. It's more so Noah was the story more than the race itself, and if people want to make fun of him, totally fair game.
Yeah, I just don't know where that line is, and that's where I've always been, so I don't need to get into that again. By the way, Kyle, he just turned 27 mid-July. So for LA, that's still prime. I mean, prime sprinter, I'm not sure, but he will be 30. He'll be 31 when the next Olympics comes around. So I think if I'm Noah at 31 years old, I'm probably not even doing the double. I'm probably or attempting the double. He probably will, but if I'm him, I would just get, if you care that much, it depends. Maybe his thought process changes and he says, you know what, I'm just going to try to defend, because it would be tough, right? I think he's in a tough spot, because how many sprinters don't even attempt to defend their title? So he really doesn't. I don't know if he has a choice. He's got to defend his title in LA.
Yeah, and you have to qualify, obviously, to make it and all that stuff. But if you want a reference point, Usain Bolt in 2016 in Rio, when he won and kind of did the like look behind everybody, and that was kind of like the crowning end of his career. He was 29 going on 30 at the time that he ran that. So weigh that against what Noah Lyles is going up against as a 30 going on 31-year-old trying to qualify for he'll probably make qualifiers, but trying to qualify for the finals at the Olympics.
Yeah, I mean, at least and that was the thing about everybody kind of clowning him. I mean, he did still get a gold in the premier event in track and field. So the clowning, and look, I know everybody's engagement farming and just doing it for clicks. The clowning doesn't hit the same when he already has a gold medal. I will say this, though, because I've been defending him on social media, and I threw something out there when Serbia was beating the U.S., and I just said, look, if Noah gets his gold and the U.S. lose this, I don't know if he'd be okay with it, but at least he could say, I told you so. I told you about something, but didn't end up happening. U.S. got it done thanks to Steph Curry and the crew. What are we doing? Coming up next, Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross. Alan Sal's filling in.
Whitey here reminding you that not all gas grills are created equal. Bring out all the delicious flavors in your grilled meats with the amazing Napoleon Prestige and Prestige Pro line of outdoor cookers. My Napoleon Stainless Steel Pro Series gas grill has turned me into a grilling pro with features other grills cannot match. They're built different, built better, built to last. Made with premium stainless steel that boasts quality and a lifetime warranty. I may never want to cook indoors again. Napoleon grills and accessories are now available at your nearby Amy's, Ace Hardware in Sacramento, and now El Dorado.
It's Sky River Casino's second anniversary, and we're doubling down during our $1 million Twice as Nice celebration. Earn entries while playing your favorite slots and table games. Get ready to win every Saturday, starting at 7 p.m. with winners drawn every 30 minutes. Then at 10 p.m., one lucky winner is guaranteed to win $100,000 in prizes, including $50,000 in free play and $50,000 cash. Visit skyriver.com for details. Must be 21 or over. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Ooh, ma. What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud Phone System. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very
calm. I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer, he hears things differently. To the untrained ear, everything on his shop floor might sound fine, but he can hear gears grinding or a belt slipping. So he steps in to fix the problem at hand before it gets out of hand. And he knows Grainger's got the right product he needs to get the job done, which is music to his ears. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Carmichael Dave.
He has very good sources, and he just kind of tells it as it is and gets to the point.
Jason Ross.
He has a lot of pretty smart things to say. He's good at what he does.
On Sacktown Sports.
We will be joined by Michelle Dapper, KCRA reporter and anchor at 8 a.m. Going to ask her about everything going on with the local sports scene. Of course, Sacramento Kings, Oakland A's, not the Sacramento A's. They will turn into the Athletics. That is at the top of the hour. That is at 8 a.m. So before we get into all that, let's do a little, Kyle, what are we doing?
What are we doing? What are we doing?
So I'm going to start the what are we doing off with this, because we just talked about Noah Lyles, and a lot of people thought that this may or may not have been a shot at Noah Lyles from USA Basketball. And it was a little bit confusing to me, seeing as how Noah Lyles' whole argument was that you should be in the Olympics and win a gold medal, and that should be your world champion. So the U.S., coming off of one of the most memorable games that we've ever seen, okay? USA Basketball goes to social media and they say, we don't play for bronze, all right? And a lot of people thought that this was a shot at Noah Lyles, who just got the bronze in the 200. I'm not sure if it was or not. If we're even having this conversation, I think even that is a little ridiculous, because you have, first of all, run your own race. And I tell myself that all the time. I'm not very good at that, but I'm trying to get better. Run your own race. Just worry about what you're doing. Number two, are we really, so we're beefing with, so we got KD beefing with fans that wanted Serbia to win, and you got USA, whoever's running the USA account, trolling another U.S. Olympian, if that's what they were trying to do, which a lot of people thought they were. That's why it went so viral. Go look at the numbers. It's one of their highest hit tweets. What are we doing? All right. Noah Lyles, the whole argument was that the NBA shouldn't be calling themselves world champions. You're in the Olympics. So why USA basketball is not technically connected to the NBA, right? I know everybody associated with it is in the NBA, but it's not the NBA. Noah Lyles, you're essentially proving Noah Lyles' point. Go win the gold and then call yourself a world champ. So what are we doing? I thought, and call me corny if you want, call me an apologist if you want, but I thought it was in pretty poor taste. I thought it was completely unnecessary to take a shot at another Olympian who, by the way, already has a gold, right? So he medals and gets bronze. You are the favorite by a mile in every single game, and you're going to take a shot at Noah Lyles? That's what you choose to do, if that's what they were trying to do. But why the heck else? I mean, yes, if they lost, they would have been playing for bronze. So it's one of those situations. Kyle, you ever get into it with a friend who and I'm not going to put this person out on Front Street, but she knows who she is, and she is not my wife, by the way. But you ever have somebody that they know what they're saying or doing, but then they have an out so they can play stupid, right? They're being rude, and then they say, all I said, if you know that I have some type of complex or whatever, and you say, well, all I said was, there are other people that are good at this, right? Or something that is a dig, but it's just broad enough that you could hide and say, well, no, I was talking about this. I wasn't talking about Noah Lyles. We all know people like that, and that's exactly what Team USA was doing. You can call me soft if you want. I just thought it was in poor taste and completely unnecessary for USA basketball to take a shot at at another U.S. Olympian in that moment, coming off of one of the great games. And I'll put it to you like this. Knowing Noah Lyles, and he put this in his caption when he posted, he said, whether you love me or hate me, you were talking about me. Knowing Noah Lyles, this is exactly what he wanted. USA is on the biggest stage, one of the biggest wins in the last whatever amount of years, and you're thinking about Noah taking a shot at Noah Lyles. So I would say job well done by Noah Lyles, but on the USA side, what are we doing, man? What are we doing?
I don't know. I mean, isn't this all kind of the beef has evolved at this point, right? It stopped being Noah Lyles versus world champions and just Noah Lyles against the NBA. So the fact that there's NBA players playing at the Olympics all of a sudden makes it a beef between them instead of a beef that started on principle. I think that's kind of the case. It's just it's evolved too much at this point. It's just gone so far that it doesn't even make sense what we're beefing about anymore. And if social media did that on purpose, which I don't actually think it was a shot at Noah Lyles, just based on context, great. That's what social media people are for, is to create content like this that gets talked about afterwards. Great. Go for the beef, go for the joke. The best social media people are the ones who understand the internet. The best social media coordinators or people posting from these accounts are people who understand the internet and understand what people are going to be talking about.
So you don't think you have the tweet up? Did you see do you think, and I get it, I literally said what they said. All they said is we're not playing for bronze, but it is interesting that you don't think that they were taking a shot, because I definitely did.
It seems the one you described, and I have it up now, it seems a little bit like you said, you have plausible deniability at the end of it. But I look at it, I'm like, well, they literally would have been playing for bronze. They literally play a bronze medal game if they had lost. So I guess that part makes sense. But if it was a dig at Noah Lyles, I wouldn't have interpreted it that way. Maybe I'm just being a little too naive. I wouldn't have read it that way.
Yeah, I guess to your point, they're just saying, hey, we Team USA, we never play for bronze. We don't play for bronze. So maybe I'm being a little bit, maybe I am being a little bit soft. Maybe I'm being a little bit not emotional, but I was reading the comments, and you know how the comments are. All right, Kyle, let's continue with the what are we doing?
What are we doing? What are we doing?
So, of course, everybody from the NBA and the NBA world and the basketball world had all eyes on the game yesterday, and one Draymond Green basically called out Steve Kerr on his rotations. Draymond Green tweets and he says, sometimes you have to scrap them rotations. And somebody quote tweeted Draymond saying, you're basically calling calling your coach trash, and they say you just called your coach a fraud in real time. So Draymond, I mean, this is what he does. I know I think he has a good relationship with Steve Kerr. Honestly, it's very hard to figure out sometimes. So you have somebody in Draymond Green who he's going to talk no matter what. That's what he does. But it was pretty funny timing when he said it, because we all know who the coach is, and Steve Kerr has already been under a lot of scrutiny when it comes to his rotations and decisions when it comes to the lineup. Let's keep this thing rolling with one more. What are we doing?
What are we doing? What are we doing?
The last what are we doing? And I'm very curious what people think about this, because this is from Josh Dubow. This is the Niners 2022 draft class, and there's only one, obviously there's one, this is one draft, right? And the question is whether or not this draft is a success. Okay? They did not have a first rounder because you traded it for that guy in Dallas right now, battling for the number one position if Dak leaves. And by the way, we have not talked enough about Dak Prescott. I saw a report that said he might get $70 million. Who is giving Dak Prescott $70 million a year? I can't wait to talk about that. That'll probably be next week. But here is the 2022 draft class, okay, Kyle, for the 49ers. Second rounder, Drake Jackson, season ending on the PUP list. Third round, Ty Davis Price, off roster. Third round, Danny Gray, one career catch. Fourth round, Spencer Burford, battling Dominic Pooney for starting job. Fifth round, Samuel Womack, 70 defensive snaps in 2023. Sixth round, Nick Zagale, 12 career offensive snaps. Sixth round, Kalia Davis, 54 career defensive snaps. Sixth round, Tariq Castro Fields, never played for the 49ers. Seventh round, Brock Purdy, MVP finalist. Was that a successful draft for the San Francisco 49ers?
No, I'm going to go no. Just because you lucked out on the last pick in the draft does not make it a successful draft. And I was kind of thinking about this with the Trey Lance trade, but looking at this, it kind of applies too. Is like, everyone looks at the Trey Lance trade and was like, oh, it didn't matter that the Niners lost 3 first-round picks because they found Brock Purdy and it all worked out anyways. But you look at that and you look at the lack of first-round picks that they've had and the depth pieces that have been lost by the Niners, because if a couple of those guys end up being depth pieces compared to like Burford, who's starting in the Super Bowl and doing all of that stuff, like maybe the Niners win the Super Bowl with some of those depth pieces, or maybe the roster doesn't feel like it's going into a last dance season as much if you keep some of those depth pieces. So I'm going to look at that and say, no, that is not a successful draft class. You cannot get basically zero production or, have 8 draft picks and only 1.5 of them turn into a productive player.
Yeah, the argument is Brock Purdy good enough to really make up for all the other misses? And somebody would say, yes, it really depends on how good you feel about one Brock Purdy. You know what I mean? If you think Brock Purdy is going to be a top 7 quarterback or top 5 quarterback for maybe even, I don't even know if top 10 makes it okay, but I would say, sure, top 10 for the next 10 years, then I guess you could call it a success. But, somebody had quote tweeted it and said, this is how runs end. When you draft like this is how runs end. When you mess up this much, this is how runs end. And then, of course, the first comment is Brock Purdy with the chance to be an all-time great makes this one of the best 49er drafts of all time. So it depends on how you look at it. If you think Brock Purdy has a chance to be one of the greats of all time, then yeah, I guess that would be a successful draft. If you don't feel that high on Brock Purdy, then I don't really know how you can call it a draft or a great draft or a good draft even. I think either way, when you get a guy who you think is going to be your quarterback, let's say for the next 5 to 10 years, regardless of where he's at, and let's call him top 10, I think you can call it a good draft. But I don't think I think Brock Purdy could win MVP, and it still wouldn't be a great draft. He'd have to lead you to a Super Bowl. But I guess you could also put stuff in a vacuum and still say, hey, yeah, they they won a Super Bowl, but that was still in itself a bad draft. So just depends on how you look at it. Great stuff. That was What Are We Doing? And we'll be bringing What Are We Doing, of course, to Styles and Watkins on Monday. Coming up next, we will be joined by Michelle Dapper, anchor reporter for KCRA, as we go through everything local. Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross, Alan Styles filling in.
The PGA club fitters at the Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio know that golf should be fun. They also know that players of all abilities will hit the ball farther and straighter, play better golf, shoot lower scores, and have more fun if they get fitted before they purchase golf clubs. Hagen Oaks delivers the same technology and major brands used to fit PGA and LPGA professionals. See how the game can be even more fun. Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio fittings are available 7 days a week. Make yours today by calling 916-808-2531. That's 808-2531.
Sacramento Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram. They believe it's all about people and choices. Their goal is to find the car that fits your lifestyle. With their huge inventory of models, they've got the right car and, more importantly, at the right price every time. Experience for yourself why their customers drive away smiling. Discover the difference, because it's not just about the car, it's also about the people. Experience the Sacramento Dodge Jeep and Chrysler difference off Business 80 next to Hagen Oaks. Or you can find them online, SacSuperstore.com.
Sacramento, Dirks Bentley's coming to town. Saturday, September 28th at Hart Health Park at Cal Expo for Country in the Park 2. And he's bringing some friends. Farmally, Tyler Rich, Dasha, Kelsey Hart, and more. Saturday, September 28th at Hart Health Park at Cal Expo. Get your tickets today before they're sold out at CITPFest.com.
Brought to you by RVs of Sacramento and Public Chrysler Dodge Jeep and Ram Center.
I'm a very active person that likes to move around and go. The pain I was in was really excruciating. It was actually debilitating. I was basically heading towards a sedentary lifestyle. I had really tried everything, but I quickly lost hope with all of the things that we had tried, and that's what led me to the Good Feet store. And when I found the Good Feet system, it really just changed everything. It brought me back to life. I have my active lifestyle back.
The Good Feet store in Sacramento, Roseville, and Vacaville.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios, KHTK AM Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento, the only station in Sacramento giving you local sports coverage from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday.
Sacktown Sports.
The Carmichael Dave Show.
He's on the microphone when he's not on the microphone. He's playing a song, and when he's not playing a song, he's on the microphone. And then
with Jason Ross.
No, he didn't. Yes, he did.
Call or text at 916-339-1140.
It's the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross on Sacktown Sports.
Alan Styles still filling in here for Carmichael Dave and Jason Ross. One more day with you, and we are joined by the one, the only Michelle Dapper, KCRA reporter, anchor extraordinaire, one of the best in the biz. Michelle, thank you so much for joining.
Thanks, Alan. Good to see you.
Real quick, I gotta make sure here, that hat that you're wearing, what hat is that? Can you what hat is that for the people that are driving? What hat is that?
It's D for Dapper, right? No, I'm kidding. No, it's a Dodgers hat. Sorry, folks.
Wow. All right. Well, I won't end the interview early. We'll still keep
it. Over here.
What's going on? And I don't have. I'm gonna go find my Giants hat right now. I'm gonna go find it right now. Michelle. Okay, Dodgers fan. Are you from LA?
Originally, yeah. We moved up north in the Bay Area when I was young. I went to high school in the Bay Area, so I got ties to both. But I already picked my teams before I made my way north.
I'll allow it. I will allow it. Your Dodgers really struggling with injuries, but still hanging around here. So barely. I know. All right, let's get to it, Michelle. You do such a good job of finding stories that connect to Sacramento, and I saw you doing a bunch of work with the Olympics. Are there any cool stories that maybe people aren't aware of? And I know the Olympics we're over the hill here, but not done yet. Are there any cool stories that you picked up on connecting Sacramento or the greater Sacramento area to the Olympics? Any fun Olympians and Olympian stories that you saw?
Well, out of Groveland, Sage and Madalena won the silver. I mean, that's impressive in the women's rifle. So, I mean, that's just amazing feat there for someone from our area to claim the silver in women's rifle. Luca Orlando from Sacramento didn't quite, have the best time in the pool, but, he'll be back in 2028 in Los Angeles. He's out of McClatchy High School and Davis, out of Davis with the dart swimming program. So lots of athletes around the area that, I think it's just amazing to see them get to this level. I think that's cool. And for me, in my time here, see, I'm going on 11 years now in Sacramento. And for me to see these kids grow up and now to see where they're at. And it's just like, I remember talking to some of them at 10 years old. And it's like the dream was to be an Olympian, and here they are. And you can't put a price on that because they held to the word.
I got a question. We're here talking to Michelle Dapper. So, look, I'm going to pull the curtain back. We've been doing it today, obviously. We're filling in for Carmichael, Dave, Jason Ross. Everybody's taking vacations, but we're powering through here. So, look, October will be a year for me in Sacramento. And I do feel like, for the most part, people are starting to accept me. How long did it take you coming from LA? How long did it take you to feel like Sacramento accepted you? Was it longer than a year? Because sometimes I feel like I'm good, and then sometimes I start reading some of these comments and I'm thinking, if somebody else would have said that, would you have really had a problem? Because I'm from the Bay Area. I know how people feel about that. So you got any tips for me, or how long is it going to take for people to say, you know what? Maybe this guy's becoming one of us.
Well, the first problem, Alan, don't read the comments.
I can't help it. I'm like Kevin Durant. I cannot help it.
Don't read the comments. They'll love you. Just be yourself. I mean, the biggest thing with me is everyone knows I'm a Dodgers fan. So right there, check off right. I get a lot of grief for that. So, but hey, I own it because it's not going to change. And I'm, but I'll cover the Giants fair and accurately. So, hey, just be yourself and people will love you. And you're not going to, and just know that you're not, not everyone's always going to like you, and just be okay with that.
All right. That's fair enough. You're covering the Giants, but I know deep down when they win against the Dodgers, you're sitting there on KCRA saying, and the Giants take care of business against the Dodgers, and you get it done. I wouldn't have been able to tell, but you're proud, and we definitely love you for that. Any other? I know I saw there was a Sacramento Little League team that got pretty far.
Yeah, the Lampard Pacific Little League. They went to San Bernardino. On their way was hoping to of course punch their ticket to the Little League World Series, but of course they ran into Hawaii, which is a juggernaut in the Little League world, as well as they got ousted by Arizona. But hey, great run to even get there. And I know there's a Laguna Pony League. They're playing in the World Series out there in Missouri right now, so best of luck to them. So they've got a lot of little teams making waves throughout the entire country right now.
There you go. Talking to Michelle Dapper, KCRA anchor and reporter. Michelle, let's get your take now to the big boys. Let's get your take on the Sacramento Kings. And look, I've seen stuff, Michelle, that I've never seen before. I was looking at the 4-letter network, and there was a screenshot. I've never seen this, Michelle. Let me know if you have. It was a trade, right? And it said winners and losers from the NBA trades. I've never seen this. It had the Kings as losers.
Oh, losers.
And the Bulls. I've never seen two losers from a trade. And the Kings got DeMar DeRozan. We know his numbers much better scoring-wise than Harrison Barnes. What are your thoughts on the Kings and what they're going to be able to do this season and the acquisition of one DeMar DeRozan?
I'm curious if that 4-letter station, I guess you could say, is just counting it on DeMar's age. That's what I think they're going on. But look at those numbers last year. I mean, especially those fourth quarter numbers. And I think the way he takes care of his body, age is but a number, right? I mean, it depends on what you do and how are you taking care of yourself. And I think DeMar has proven that he has longevity throughout his career. And I think, I don't know. I disagree with the fact that they called the Kings losers in this situation. And yeah. Don't get me wrong. I love Harrison, class guy, character guy, community guy. But I think DeMar is definitely an upgrade.
I definitely think so too. And we just want to end it with this, Michelle. So the A's are coming to Sacramento. That schedule got released, and you're gonna have teams. I think one of the one of the teams, it's either, I think the Dodgers aren't coming. I think the A's go to LA. So they have that situation. But I do believe that the Yankees will be coming. So out of those big games that everybody's been talking about. Yeah. So you have a pulse on how everybody, the local vibe and how everybody feels about it. So far, what's the feeling and the excitement level that you're feeling from viewers of KCRA and just anybody that you talk to? I've been talking to multiple people about the what should we call it? Turfgate, Weathergate. Everybody's worried about how hot it's going to be in Sacramento. Fair, but we're trying to figure that out as well. Some people have ulterior motives, but how is everybody feeling about the A's right now that you've talked to, and how are you feeling about the move?
Man, I think it's so mixed. It's so mixed. I can't get like a real temperature gauge on it, because you got folks that are just baseball fans that are excited that MLB is coming here, but then you have A's fans and diehard A's fans who are just crushed. And and of course the whole thing of as long as that ownership is they own that franchise, they're not going to support it, and rightfully so. I mean, heck, if that happened to the Dodgers, I'd be the same way. I'd be like, I'm done. As far as the weather, I still think there's, arguably other places that are just as hot or humid that, that are these players, and then of course, growing up and going to AAA games throughout their career, I think, I think the weather could be a thing, especially on like a Sunday day game, but these are athletes. I think they're going to power through. The turf, I'm kind of disappointed in the turf because, man, I think that was part of the allure with Sutter Health Park was that grass. It's so pristine. So I'm going to be a little bummed that it's going to go to turf, but of course I understand why, because you can't have two teams playing on that field. That field would be a wreck for either team if they ended up playing. I don't know. I still think I want to see, like, after first pitch what happens when MLB finally gets going here. Then I probably will get like a more of a concrete answer on how the area feels about it. And quite honestly, I want to see, I don't want to see, but I'd like to hear more progress out of Vegas. Like, what's really going on in Vegas? Like, what's going on down there? I mean, it's crickets. So is it really going to happen? Or should Sacramento now really start to, think that they have a chance of getting this team?
Yeah, it's definitely something that, and a word that we've heard a lot these last 4 years, a fluid situation. That's what I would say. But yeah, it's good to get your perspective, because we know you're really out in the streets doing what needs to be done and figuring out how everybody is feeling and what direction this thing seems to be going in. So we'll definitely, to that point, Michelle, you just got yourself back on to Styles and Watkins, 10 a.m., 2 p.m. When the A's start up, we'll have you back on the show, and we'll get an update we'll do Pulse Watch, and we'll get an update on the A's pulse with Michelle Dapper, and we will get you out there to figure out how everything's going. Michelle Dapper, thank you so much for taking the time. I'd wish you good luck with your team, but because your team is that blue team, the Smurfs, we will not be doing that. Michelle Dapper, KCRA, anchor, reporter, everything in between. Follow her on social media. Go check out her work on KCRA.com. Michelle, thank you so much. We'll talk to you soon.
Absolutely. Have a great week, guys.
That was Michelle Dapper. Great stuff as well. And so many stories. A silver medal is coming home to Sacramento. I bet you didn't know that, or maybe you did if you were following, but Michelle Dapper always has what you need as far as the local stories at a small level and at a large level, whether it's the Little League, whether it's the Kings, and now the A's are coming, the Sacramento River Cats, the Sacramento Republic, everyone. Michelle Dapper always has it covered. So we really appreciate Michelle for hopping in on a Friday. Coming up next, we have that conversation that we ran out of time yesterday to have. What happens if the Kings don't make the playoffs? Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross, Alan Stiles filling in.
Let's face it, nothing makes you look older than you really are than thinning hair. But what if you could not only increase your hair count, but promote new hair growth without surgery, without drugs with potential side effects, and without a prescription from your doctor? Well, now you can, thanks to a breakthrough new supplement called Hair Grow. Provided by New Nordic, the #1 supplier of dietary supplements in Europe, HairGrow is now available in the U.S. Only HairGrow contains Tocogaya, a powerful antioxidant that has received a U.S. patent. Multiple clinical studies show HairGrow is safe and effective in promoting new hair growth. In one study, 95% of the patients using HairGrow saw increased hair count. Don't lose more time and more hair. Try HairGrow today to feel and look your best. Available online at Amazon, Walmart.com, and NewNordicUSA.com, or in stores at your local CVS. Look younger and feel more confident with HairGrow by New Nordic at NewNordicUSA.com, or in stores at your local CVS.
The Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross.
Call or text at 916-339-1140.
On Sacktown Sports.
We are back once again. Thank you to Michelle Dapper, who did an outstanding job as always. And we are powering through here. 10 a.m. We will get to Styles and Watkins. My normal co-host, Chris Watkins, has got you there. Filling in last day, Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross. And, you know, it's been a heck of a time. I want to thank everybody who's been listening to me. And I'll do this again, but we got crosstalk, so sometimes the end of the show can go a bit quickly. So I'll probably do this again in the 9 o'clock hour, but just want to thank everybody who gave me a chance. Really, you know, I know how it is. I know how it is when you expect to hear whoever it is that you listen to every day, and you turn on the radio. It was Monday. You had the Sunday scaries and possibly a case of the Mondays, and you hop in your car getting ready to hear Carmichael Dave talk about what he had for dinner a couple days ago, and Jason Ross trying to keep him off track or keep him on track. And let's not forget Chris Verlot. He's been out too, obviously. And you hear a guy who some of you know who I am from Styles and Watkins. Some of you hadn't heard me prior to Monday. So just want to thank everybody for giving me a chance. If you hadn't heard me before, and if you do rock with me at Styles and Watkins, I appreciate that as well. Now let's get uncomfortable. Let's get very uncomfortable here on a Friday, because there is a conversation to be had. And that conversation, as the flagship, you know, a lot of stations can get tagged as you're homers, you're this, you're that. I think Chris Watkins and I do a really good job of not being homers, but you do want to be optimistic when you're dealing with a team like the Kings, who haven't had a ton of success. It's too easy to be pessimistic, right? You don't need to be that contrarian. They're the contrarians for the Niners who are pessimists, when maybe that's a little bit different because you have so many people being optimists with the Niners. But with the Kings, it's a little bit different. But this is a day where we should at least have the conversation. Their over-under is set at 46.5. So it's not even necessarily about being a pessimist. It's simply about thinking that the outlets might be on to something. And what if the outlets are correct? What if the Sacramento Kings end at 46 wins, 47 wins, right? Another okay season, and they lose in the play-in again? What if they lose in the play-in again? And that would mean that De'Aaron Fox maybe had a season similar to this season. Malik Monk had a season similar to this season. Kevin Huerter couldn't find it. Keegan Murray still couldn't find that three ball. And DeMar DeRozan, he helped, but didn't help enough. How bad could this get if the Kings don't make the playoffs? Are we talking about a situation where there's some sort of blow up? And who would be on the chopping block in that situation? Again, we spend so much time saying, and let me caveat this by saying, I think the Kings are going to smash that 46.5. But the reality is, this is a possibility that they don't. I think the Kings are going to get close to 50 wins. They might get 50. But the reality is, there's literally a possibility that they don't. So let's just have the conversation. Out of all the days that we do say they're going to do this, they're going to do that, because even if they get 50 wins, are we talking about them in the second round? Do we think this team can make a finals run? But at least we would say, hey, they're moving in the right direction. So let's just have the conversation. 916-339-1140, chime in, and this could turn into, how confident are you that the Kings are going to make the playoffs? I believe getting DeMar DeRozan raised the floor of the Kings. The floor, prior to getting DeMar DeRozan, 9 seed, 10 seed, maybe worse than that. Getting DeMar DeRozan, that floor, to me, is about a 7 seed. I think in this way, I think a lot of things would have to go right for other teams, but I think the floor for this team is a 7 seed, right? That still puts you in the play-in. I think the ceiling for this team is probably, I don't know, 3, 4. You start looking at teams that have to drop out of the conversation. And I don't know how many teams are going to drop out of the conversation. I know the Clippers are. I feel like the Nuggets might, but I don't really have any reason to feel like that other than I'm just not that high on the Nuggets. And you have the other teams that are in front of them. I think the Suns got better. I think the Mavericks got better. So if this team doesn't make the playoffs, then what happens? Okay? You just extended Mike Brown. You just signed DeMar DeRozan. Assuming they don't make the playoffs, that would mean that De'Aaron Fox didn't make all NBA, so he won't get that Supermax. He can still get an extension. At that point, he probably accepts the extension. So you have Sabonis on the books. You have De'Aaron Fox on the books. You have Keegan Murray, I believe, would be very close to that extension, or it might be time for that extension. I'll have to double check. And you have some tough conversations that are going to need to be had if you don't make the playoffs. And it's crazy because losing in the first round, I don't necessarily know why the conversations would be that much tougher, but missing the playoffs, because either way, it still wasn't much of a run. But either way, if you don't make the playoffs, there will be some uncomfortable conversations. And the question becomes very similar to that expansion team conversation that we had a couple weeks ago. Oh, if there's an expansion team, you get to protect, 7, 8 players. Who's protected? If the Kings don't make the playoffs, who is off the table? Because I think you have to look at this thing in a completely different way. You have to look at this thing and think, okay, well, if we didn't make the playoffs, what is it that our system is doing is not happening correctly, right? Is it too much Domantas Sabonis? Is it De'Aaron Fox? Is he really a 2? Keegan Murray, okay, were they right? Were the naysayers right? Did DeMar DeRozan mess up his runway? And if we're going to keep DeMar, maybe we have to move off of Keegan. This thing could get a little dicey. There is so much riding on this season, in my opinion, which is why it's still, and I know Kyle Draper, I want to give a shout out to Kyle Draper because he has really stood strong in his John Collins take. That's not to say whether it's right or wrong. It's just the reality. He stood very strong in his John Collins take. And I'm going to be honest with you. We're a station where I would say on social media or whatever it is, we do things and it just kind of flies under the radar. Because now all of a sudden, Kyle Draper, who's been talking about John Collins all week long, okay, now I'm seeing pieces being written about John Collins. And not necessarily that he's rumored, but that it would be a good fit. No mention necessarily of Kyle Draper, but the conversation is, maybe John Collins is a good fit. So I want to give a shout out to Kyle Draper, and don't tell him because I got a reputation. Don't tell him I said any of that. But if they don't make the playoffs, you're looking at a situation where this thing could get very, very dicey. There is so much, Kyle, riding on this season. And I don't know if I'm overblowing this, but to me, if you don't make the playoffs again, I don't know if anything is off the table. I think you want to make the right decision, but I think everything is on the table if you do not make the playoffs this season.
I think the context for how we get there is going to matter a lot, because if you thought the West was deep last year, and granted, injuries might happen again, but if the West was deep last year, we're going 13 deep this year. The only 2 teams I know are definitively out of the running are Utah and Portland. San Antonio, I don't know if they'll get to the top 8 this year, but it's at least on the table. The Memphis Grizzlies are bringing back Ja Morant, and their catastrophic amount of injuries last year. That's a team that's going to get into that group that the Kings were in last year, I would imagine. And if you aren't one of those top 4 teams, it really is anything could happen, because what's going to end up happening with a lot of these teams is that they are all going to start beating each other up when they play throughout the season. And I know 46.5 seems like a number the Kings should blow past. And I think they were 6th or 7th best in the Western Conference in terms of win totals, which kind of gives you an idea of about where the standings are going to be. But when these teams start beating each other up, man, it's all going to get lumped together again. And 5, again, you said the Nuggets will probably take a step back. I agree. I don't know if that's all the way back to play-in territory, but they should take a step back. The Suns should take a step back. The rest of these teams are kind of doing what they can within the margins. Like, I don't think Houston has done anything to significantly improve from where they were last year. So I think they're probably going to be in that same 10, 11, 12 range. But there's a lot of different teams that are doing different things to try and get out of this cluster between 6 and 12 or 6 and 13 that the Kings were in last year. And by chance, the Kings could be back in this year. It's certainly not off the table, because I don't think even adding DeMar DeRozan in exchange for Harrison Barnes and Duarte and some draft capital is enough to leap them into that top 3 conversation or put them above the OKCs, the Dallases, the Minnesotas of the world.
Well, here's the thing. I do think every season there is a surprise team, right? There's a team that you don't really see coming. And I think last season there were 2, really, because a lot of people had written off, or they were high on Anthony Edwards, but I don't think people thought that the Timberwolves were going to do what they did. And I think a lot of people were feeling like OKC was going to make a jump, but I don't think they thought that they were going to make this jump right now. So I think that all happened last season. Normally, you don't see 2 teams like that, and then you get the sleeper in the Mavericks come from the 5th seed and get to the finals. So going into next season, that surprise team could be the Grizzlies, I guess. But the Grizzlies, and I was just talking about this yesterday with the buddy Kyle, the Grizzlies are in a situation different yet similar to the Kings, to where, because the Grizzlies, and I know they added Zach Edey, but because the Grizzlies basically sold last season, right?
Yeah.
They don't necessarily know what they need. They got Zach Edey because they loved when they had Adams, and they lost Adams. So the Grizzlies, I think they're going to be better, but a lot of people are saying the Grizzlies are going to just ball out. I think Ja Morant is a stud, but at the same time, the Grizzlies, they're basically just mobbing in with the same team that they had, because what additions can you make? And I know Gigi Jackson's super young as well, and he's got a really high ceiling, but they didn't make any additions because they didn't know what they needed, because they basically didn't have a season. So the same way last season, the Kings came in with the same exact thing for different reasons, the Grizzlies have as well. So the Grizzlies could be a surprise team, but yeah, surprise in maybe the 4th seed. I don't see the Grizzlies going back to a couple years ago when they were a 2-3 seed.
Well, let me take you back to last offseason when the Kings decided we're going to run it back with the Beam team, and they've earned a chance to defend what they did the year before and all that. The teams that made a leap, I felt, were relatively predictable. Oklahoma City making that leap, well, they added a fringe all-star in Chet Holmgren that they didn't have the year before. The Pelicans got back Zion Williamson after a year of being not healthy. The Timberwolves, despite the fact they made the playoffs in 2023, Karl Anthony Towns missed like 60 games during the season. And when Towns got reintegrated, they had the best defense in the NBA. Like, those were teams that we could relatively predict a development. And Dallas added Kyrie Irving midseason, fell apart. They got a full season to kind of work together, and Dallas ended up making that huge second half improvement that went on to the finals. Like, those were teams you could relatively see the improvement for, and the Kings got passed by 3 of those teams this past season. This offseason, I don't really see any pattern or rhyme or reason for what's going to happen next season. It's not like, oh, this team got substantially better and therefore they're going to jump the Kings, or the Warriors did not get better. The Rockets did not get better. You're banking on health for the Grizzlies, like you just said. And the Pelicans, yes, they added DeJounte Murray, but we have no idea whether Brandon Ingram is going to be on the team next year. So I don't know if there's any rhyme or reason for why a team should or shouldn't improve compared to where they were last year. And that's kind of that purgatory that a lot of these teams that are not named the Thunder, the Timberwolves, or the Mavericks are going to kind of exist in next year.
Coming up next, we have Jeff Young joining us, fan-sided editor for Round the Foghorn, talking a little bit of Giants. Are they going to sneak into the playoffs? And are we too hard on Farhan? After that, who's hot, who's not, and we go streaking. Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross. Alan Stiles filling in.
Hey, this is Greg Papa. Are you working through a major insurance claim? SunPoint Public Adjusters can help. SunPoint prepares, presents, and negotiates your claim with the insurance company, working only for you, making sure you get everything you're entitled to, not what just some adjuster working for an insurance company thinks you should get. Call SunPoint today at 888-247-7865 or contact us at sunpoint.us. SunPoint Public Adjusters, the gold standard in public adjusting.
License number 2N14884.
What sets Ashton & Price apart from other injury law firms? I'll tell you. From beginning to end, all important legal decisions are made directly between our clients and their experienced local attorney. A gate agent flying the plane, the receptionist performing surgery, not a chance. There's simply no substitute for the unique power of the direct attorney-client relationship offered by Ashton & Price. And there's never a fee until we win, and between you and me, we win a lot.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton & Price.
Sponsored by Xfinity Internet. Enjoy ultimate control of your home network. Personalize your Wi-Fi name and password. Assign user profiles. View and control connected devices and more with the Xfinity Internet app.
Increase leads and get more customers. We create tailored digital marketing strategies that deliver results. On your next campaign, aim higher. Go to aimyourdigital.com and get started today. aimyourdigital.com.
Hi, this is Frank LaRosa.
And this is Scott Marsh.
Join us weekly for Golf to Go right here on Sacktown Sports. We talk to all the local golf experts in the area and give you the latest on all the courses as well.
And not to mention all the golf legends and celebrities, along with all the latest in equipment and tournaments too.
Most importantly, we'll just have some fun talking about a game that's fun to play.
You know it's my favorite hour of the week, Frank.
Golf to Go, Thursdays at 6 p.m. and Saturdays at 8 a.m. right here on Sacktown Sports. Give us a listen. I think you'll enjoy it.
Waking you up with the best in local sports.
They just make it interesting, you know?
It's the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross
on Sacktown Sports.
Alan Stiles filling in for Carmichael Dave and Jason Ross. You can catch me at my normal time, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Stiles and Watkins starting back on Monday. And the guys, Carmichael Dave was in the chat earlier, the chat mob earlier. I don't know if he's back stateside or if he's just still doing his thing overseas, but Carmichael Dave will be back on Monday, and same with Jason Ross. So thank you for rocking with me throughout the week. You can catch me and Chris Watkins 10 a.m., 2 p.m. And Chris Watkins will be on at 10 a.m. to take you through this beautiful Friday, joined by Jeff Young, editor for the Foghorn site. Jeff Young, thank you, Jeff, for joining me as always. How you doing on this Friday? Jeff, I don't know if you're muted. We're trying to figure it out.
Hey, Jeff, can you hear us? Check.
Yeah, Kyle, I got dropped for a sec.
There we go. There we go. We are back, joined by Jeff Young, editor for Round the Foghorn. Jeff, thank you so much for joining, man. We'll maybe just call Jeff back and see if we can figure that out. Was very excited to talk to Jeff, but we will get into all that. The Giants have been taking care of business. A little bit of a scare with Camilo Doval, who has been tough with his closing and not closing right now or these days. So it's going to be very exciting headed down the stretch as Kyle works on all that, getting to the chat mob, continuing to go in to the Kings. And, look, man, the bottom line is the Kings winning helps everybody, right? The Kings winning helps you personally. The Kings winning helps me personally. The Kings winning helps everybody. But there are just conversations that need to be had sometimes because you never know what could happen. I mean, this is a situation where De'Aaron Fox, he is one of those guys, and you're just really close to trying to figure out where his ceiling is. I said earlier in the week, his ceiling is probably at about 70%, right? And the question is, will he get to 100? How many guys, you go play at the Y right now, how many guys had ceilings that were D1 ceilings or ceilings that were maybe get drafted ceilings or play overseas ceilings? And for whatever reason, right, whether it was grades or whatever, they don't get to their ceiling. So just because you have a ceiling, I think De'Aaron Fox's ceiling is to be all NBA. The question is whether or not he'll get there. And you can say that this season is dependent upon De'Aaron. This season is dependent upon Keegan Murray. Like I said, it's dependent upon DeMar DeRozan and what that fit looks like. And Mike Brown. I think a lot of people have had some things to say about Mike Brown, and we joked about Steve Kerr and his rotations for Team USA, but Mike Brown had some question marks. I mean, bringing in DeMar DeRozan is really supposed to spell some of those two versions of the losses that the Kings had last season. The first version where they just completely don't show up at all, right? And the second version where they get cold down the stretch and the three-pointers, they're just not falling anymore. So those are really the two versions that I think DeMar DeRozan, the first way is, if you heard him at the intro presser, he literally sat there and just talked about winning. He talked about lighting the beam. He talked about doing everything that he could to get this team on the right track. So that's the first version of this. And the second version is in those games where you're not really sure what is going to be the reason that they can't get it done. That Knicks game sticks out in my mind. You know what I mean? That OKC game sticks out in my mind. Those games down the stretch where if the same thing happens and Kevin Huerter and Malik Monk aren't available, hey, Harrison Barnes, can you bring us home, right? You had Davion Mitchell getting hot and Keon Ellis getting hot, and then when that cooled off, you didn't have that. So I think that DeMar DeRozan can help in both of those ways. But, Mike Brown, if you are not able to power through it and get away from those just egg layer games, that's a problem. That's a problem. So I really am curious as to how this season goes. And I don't think the season's been understated. And when Chris Watkins and I talk about it, he feels like there's still time. But I personally feel like there's time until there's not. Because if you go on to not make the playoffs, now all of a sudden the conversation is, okay, well, now what happens, right? Now we have to kind of start from scratch because that's 2 seasons now where we haven't made the playoffs. And really, once you get in, you're supposed to say, hey, we're a mainstay in the playoffs now. And that's not necessarily what the situation would be if they don't. I think they will. But we can't sit here and deny that this isn't the golden age of guards and positionless basketball and the golden age of the Western Conference, right? It feels silly that all those years ago we talked about how strong the Western Conference was, because now it's ridiculous. And I'll tell you what, I know it's Wembanyama, but the NBA, there's a reason they put the Spurs in the Christmas game. I'm not saying they think they're going to be that surprise team. I'm saying they think that they could be. So if that team, there's only one team now that the Jazz have decided to turn into buyers. There's only one team, and I just think they're going to be better just because they know what their focus is. There's only really one team that we know is not going to be good last season, and that's also a team that the Kings lost to last season, and that's the Trailblazers. That's it. So if you're not the Trailblazers, you have to bring your lunch pail once again, just like Kyle Ledbetter did to get us through this show today. You got to bring your lunch pail the same way every single day, and that's just not what the Kings did. And JaVale McGee called him out, and multiple people called him out. So is DeMar DeRozan going to fix all of that? Some of that you got to fix yourself. Some of that you have to figure out on your own. Okay, nobody does it the same way, and I see Chris the mom, on the text line saying how she's proud of Noah, and so am I. You know what I mean? I think he did it the same way that I would want any American to do it. But in this life, and you talk about, no excuses and whether an excuse matters or not, nobody's going to hold your hand. Nobody's going to say, okay, Sacramento Kings, we know you've had a rough go, so here's a playoff spot. You got to go take it. And I think that's the thing that certain people have taken issue with as far as De'Aaron Fox. When is he going to go take it? He had an opportunity. Let's call a spade a spade. You got Malik Monk out. You got Kevin Huerter out. It's tough. And he balled out in certain games. He balled out against the Celtics, but it didn't work out for him. But you have to take what's yours. And I think that when people think about De'Aaron Fox, and I don't want to use that word alpha because it's ridiculously overused now and in the wrong context all the time. I'm not saying you even have to be one. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is there comes a point where you got to feel like I'm taking what's mine. And I think that we have seen some of the right strides from De'Aaron, okay? He was very involved in getting DeMar DeRozan. I think that's a great step, all right? We need to see more because nobody's going to give you anything. And if you want that all NBA and you want that master bag, just like you told Malik Monk to get the bag, you got to go take it. Nobody's going to say, here's a playoff spot, here's a supermax. Not in this NBA. Ja Morant didn't even play this past season. That's another point guard. Who knows where Trae Young, who knows where any of these guys will end up? Jalen Brunson has now entered the chat. If every time you're talking each season and another point guard gets added to the conversation, that is De'Aaron more so being forgotten. So this is such an important season for the Kings. This is such an important season for De'Aaron Fox to go out and take what you feel is yours. We'll be right back. Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross, Alan Stiles, filling in.
It's a myth to think you don't play golf well enough to get fitted for golf clubs. The professionals at the Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio would argue that playing the game with golf clubs properly fitted to your body and swing characteristics is the best way to improve your game and have more fun on the golf course. With a professional staff of fitters, all the major brands of equipment, and cutting-edge technology featuring TrackMan, the indoor-outdoor Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio is worth a look. See for yourself, Fulton Avenue at the Cap City Freeway. Schedule your fitting at 916-808-2531, 808-2531.
I would end the day with sore feet, sore legs. The drugstore inserts that I was purchasing were really not very useful at all. I walked into the Good Feet store and the guy kind of grinned at me and said, I hear that a lot. I was living with chronic pain before going to the Good Feet store. Now I don't really have that problem. I'm able to do the things that I expect to be able to do, even at my advanced age. I feel pretty good about what's going on.
The Good Feet store in Sacramento, Roseville, and Vacaville.
School is almost here, and if there's two things I can count on, it's my kids needing new outfits because they grow like weeds, and Kohl's stocking their favorite styles. With the back-to-school customer appreciation event going on, I scored 30% off tees, jeans, sneakers, and more when I shopped with a Kohl's card. No card? No problem. Rewards members save 20%, and everyone else saves 15%, plus earn Kohl's cash. When it comes to back to school, you gotta go back to Kohl's. Select styles. Some exclusions apply. Offer ends August 11th. See store or Kohls.com for details.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer whenever I want?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. 94% of Sleep Number smart sleepers report better sleep. J.D. Power ranks Sleep Number #1 in customer satisfaction with mattresses purchased in-store. And now, during our biggest sale of the year, save 50% on the Sleep Number Limited Edition Smart Bed. Limited time. For J.D. Power 2023 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. To find a store near you, visit sleepnumber.com.
Hey, movie fans, it's time to get your tickets to see Borderlands, the IMAX experience at the Esquire IMAX Theater in downtown Sacramento.
It's on the weirdest, most dangerous dumpster fire of a world in the universe. God, I hate this planet.
The best-selling video game of all time hits the big screen with a ragtag team of misfits on an epic adventure to achieve unimaginable power. Don't miss opening weekend of Borderlands in front of the Esquire IMAX 6-story screen. Grab your tickets early at IMAX.com/Sacramento and reserve your seats today. All right, get ready for an incredible lineup of live music and events with the Sacktown Sports live events calendar. Jason Mraz is at Thunder Valley on August 9th, and don't miss the Truckee Music Festival on August 9th and 10th, featuring Kip Moore and Sublime. Then rock out with the Mick Adams Stones Tribute on August 15th at Thunder Valley. And get ready for Michael Franti at the Backyard in Sacramento on August 23rd. It's Soul Fest 24 live on August 24th at Thunder Valley. Plus, take a trip back in time with 80s Rewind at Thunder Valley on September 1st. Train and REO Speedwagon are at Toyota Amphitheater on September 6th, and the Doobie Brothers at Toyota Amphitheater on September 10th. Then don't miss the Lodi Grape Festival September 12th through the 15th, featuring Joe Nichols and Smash Mouth. And you'll laugh out loud with George Lopez at Hard Rock Live Sacramento coming September 21st. Then it's Bad Religion at Hard Rock Live Sacramento on October 19th. The Sacktown Sports live events calendar is your ticket to the hottest live shows in town.
What's hot and what's not. Brought to you by American Energy Heat and Air, making the uncomfortable comfortable. Head to AmericanEnergyAir.com to find out more.
What's hot?
Yeah, hot. Real hot. And what's not?
It's not good. Brought to you by American Energy Heating and Air, Sacramento's complete heating and cooling company, and Second Opinion partner.
All right, Kyle, what is hot?
Well, who's hot today? We've got Sydney McLaughlin, who set the world record in the 400-meter hurdles yesterday. I didn't know this until I saw the broadcast because she's won this event before. She's the first woman to win it multiple times. She broke her own world record at the event yesterday, which is a world record that she has set 6 different times now. This is the 6th different time she's broken the world record in the 400-meter hurdles and won a second consecutive gold medal in the event yesterday. So that was absolutely phenomenal. One of the most dominant sprinters at any one event of all time.
Great stuff there. And, you talk about somebody who is just class personified in everything that she does, and just very, very proud that she is, 1, an American, and 2, somebody that we can depend on each and every Olympics. Okay, Kyle, what or who is not?
Well, I'm going to have to go with the San Francisco Giants right now, and not just because I am wearing my San Diego Padres jersey today, but the Giants have won 7 of their last 10, but it doesn't matter when you're going up in a division against San Diego and Arizona, who have had even longer winning streaks going on right now. So the Giants find themselves 4 games out of the playoffs, and I think, Mr. Styles, we might have a guest joining us who might know a thing or two about the Giants.
That's right. We are joined now. We're back with Jeff Young of Round the Foghorn, editor for Round the Foghorn. We got Jeff back. Jeff, thanks for joining us, man.
Yeah, hey, how's it going, Alan? Thanks for having me on the show.
Of course. Let's start here. So, the Giants, Jeff, I don't know if you knew this or not, but they are always a topic of conversation with the fans on whether or not Farhan is doing a good job, and some fans just like to complain. I try to be somewhere in the middle, but at times I fall on too far on one side or the other. You do a really great job of just giving the facts, and that's why we love having you on, Jeff. Let's start it with a simple one. Are the Giants making the playoffs? What do you think? Are they making the playoffs or not?
Well, I mean, the odds are not necessarily in their favor. There's 45 games left to go. There's 6 or 7 or even 8 teams vying for a playoff spot or a wild card spot. It's probably going to take 86 to 87 wins to reach to be a wild card team this year. The Giants have to play 600 baseball for the remainder of the year to even sniff the playoff conversation, it feels like. And, the time to do it, the time to bank wins is now, where the schedule is a little softer with teams like the Tigers and the White Sox coming in. But when you look at that September schedule, it's going to be pretty brutal. I think they have 6 against the Diamondbacks, 6 against the Padres. They'll be playing the Brewers, the Cardinals, the Orioles. It's going to be a tough matchup. So really, the next couple of weeks is going to determine whether they really have a shot. But as of right now, I mean, the odds aren't in their favor. But hey, crazier things have happened.
Talking to Jeff Young, editor for Round the Foghorn. Jeff, I've been complaining a little bit and saying, let the kids play. And there was a report back when I was in the Bay Area about Marco. This was maybe close to 2 years ago, that Marco Luciano, they weren't sure what they were going to do with him. And then the whole thing happened with Brandon Crawford. And you thought, okay, Brandon Crawford's moving out, so Luciano can come in. They get Nick Ahmed. And it almost feels like they've been trying to avoid the fact that Marco Luciano is not a shortstop. And then they bring him up, they move off of Soler, right? And everybody said, well, they moved off of Soler so that he can get at-bats. He's had around 20 at-bats so far, and now they're going with Harar Encarnacion at DH. I also don't know why Mark Luciano just hasn't been moved to the outfield at this point. In total, how do you feel like everybody wants a stud shortstop, right? It feels like they're growing on trees for all these other teams, but the Giants can't, and we'll get to Tyler Fitzgerald a little bit later. How do you feel like the Marco Luciano situation has been handled?
Yeah, it's been an interesting storyline to follow this year. You know, it looked like an early going that he just isn't built to be a shortstop. You know, I think his defense looked a little bit better last year. It looks like it took a step back this year. The Giants, I think, are coming to the realization that he isn't a shortstop. They've, you know, even with Sacramento, they moved him off of shortstop a little bit. He's been seeing more time at second base. And even after that Soler trade, they said that the DH was going to open up at bats for Luciano. That hasn't necessarily been the case, but it's another sign that they don't really see him as a shortstop going forward. I mean, things could change. It's just, you know, when you look at how everything's played out this year, it just feels like they're starting to second guess that idea that he can be an everyday shortstop going forward. So yeah, it's been an interesting. Their handling has been interesting, especially since he's sat the past couple of games. It feels like, you know, if he's going to be on the bench, they might as well send him back down to Sacramento.
Talking to Jeff Young, editor for Round the Foghorn. Do you think, Jeff, that Farhan gets too much hate? I know you stick to the numbers, and you actually, and I'm trying to put you on the hot seat because you're very good at not necessarily going in any direction as far as opinions. But what do you think about the Farhan situation? Do you think he gets too much hate, or do you think that he's had a long enough runway and we need to see some results?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's fair to say after, you know, he's in his sixth year, I think it's fair to say that, you know, he's had enough of a leash that the Giants have to, you know, produce on the field at this point. That hasn't been necessarily the case for the most part. For his tenure, they've been kind of running in place. You know, there just hasn't been enough development with the farm system. Of course, this year it's been different because we've seen some guys like Fitzgerald and Elliot Ramos, Birdsong and Kyle Harrison, and all these guys look like they could be, you know, roster mainstays for years to come. But to answer your question of whether he gets, you know, some unwarranted hate or not, I don't know if I can say. I mean, it does feel like some of it is just, you know, directed toward his alignment with analytics. And, you know, even if they replace Farhan's ID at the end of the year or 2 years from now or 5 years from now, they're probably going to replace him with somebody who's got an analytical bent, you know, running the front office. So it's not like Farhan's ID is all that unique in terms of how he uses analytics at this point. Most of the front offices do. So I feel like there's something there with Zaidi and analytics and baseball, and some people just not really buying into that.
Talking to Jeff Young, editor for Round the Foghorn. Two names, Jeff, and I want to ask, do you think they're for real? And the first name I will say is Tyler Fitzgerald. He's on a tear like we haven't seen before, doing things we haven't seen. I know Trey Turner is obviously still playing, but besides Trey, who's also a stud in his own right, talk about the stud shortstops, Tulo and Alex Rodriguez, Tyler Fitzgerald, do you think he will be the shortstop of the future for the San Francisco Giants, or is it still too early to tell no matter how hot he is right now?
Yeah, I mean, when you look at his profile, there's certainly some red flags that stick out. His strikeout rate is pretty high. He's offsetting that with a lot of power, so that's good. His BABIP, or batting average on balls in play, is due to regress at some points. One thing Fitzgerald does really well, and it's not the most analytical thing, but it's kind of the buzz phrase of 2024, in my opinion, is that he pulls the ball in the air a lot. And that's the best batted ball outcome you can get. You can look at the numbers. Players who pull the ball in the air, it usually translates to extra base hits and home runs. And he does that a lot. He's a pretty dead pull hitter. And, you know, it's something he does at a healthy rate. And, you know, if he continues to do so, he can carve out a career as a major leaguer. I wouldn't expect him to, you know, OPS over 1,000 or anything like that, which is where I think he's at the moment. But, I think he's shown enough. He's got a power speed combination that the Giants just don't have much of. And, he's versatile enough. He's done a nice job at shortstop. I haven't looked at the numbers from a metrics standpoint, but just from the eye test, he's looked capable defensively at shortstop. So it feels like if it's not going to be Marco Luciano, they might have lucked themselves into another alternative at shortstop for years to come. But really, it's going to be, how he finishes the season, how he adjusts to when the league adjusts to him. That's kind of a big next step for Fitzgerald.
Talking to Jeff Young, like I said, had two names for you, editor for Round the Foghorn. The second name, you know who it is, Elliot Ramos. Is he the real deal? I know we've seen some reports that they want to get him. And I actually have a 1B question that keeps, and I know, Yastrzemski plays right field so well, and I get it. It is a unique right field. But if you think Elliot Ramos is a corner out, isn't there some combination? If you want to get him out of center, couldn't you put Yastrzemski in center and I know they have a couple center fielders coming up, but couldn't you put Yastrzemski in center and put Elliot Ramos in left or something like that? But besides including the defense, but in general, is Elliot Ramos the real deal? Is he going to be an outfielder for the Giants, or at least in the major leagues for years to come?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's what he's shown this year, is that he could be an everyday major league outfielder. Probably not in center field. I feel like that's a stretch for him. And the some of the defensive miscues that have happened over the past few months with him, like I really don't blame him. It's really more on the Giants not having a viable alternative to Jung Hoo Lee at center field. So it feels like center field's a stretch for him. They should, in my opinion, switch Yastrzemski and Ramos with center field and right field. I feel like that would be a better outfield alignment, but for some reason, Bob Melvin's sticking with Ramos in center field, and that's led to mixed results. But yeah, I mean, it looks like he's an everyday outfielder, a guy who's going to hit for good power. I mean, it's kind of like Fitzgerald. He didn't necessarily come out of nowhere. He was a highly regarded prospect coming up, but he had a couple of down seasons leading into this one. And just really kind of burst onto the scene and took hold of a position. And it looks like he's going to be here for years to come.
Jeff Young, go check out everything he does at Round the Foghorn and follow him on social media, on Twitter, on X, if you are a Giants fan. Jeff, thank you so much for joining us. As always, enjoy the rest of your day, enjoy your weekend, and we will talk to you. If the Giants do sneak in, Jeff, we got to have you back on.
Sounds good. I'd be happy to chat baseball. Thanks for having me on, guys.
That was Jeff Young, editor for Round the Foghorn. And when we come back, we will be joined by Emil Fergoso. See, everybody, people were talking on the chat mob and the text line. Oh, we didn't know Michelle Dapper is a Dodger fan. Look, we remedy it. Everything is balanced. Okay, now we had, and Kyle's got his Padres jersey, but we have Jeff Young on to make you feel good about the San Francisco Giants. And what was it yesterday? We had Martin Gallegos, or 2 days ago, whatever it was, for the A's. So we're covering all bases here on the Carmichael Dave and Jason Ross Show with Alan Stiles filling in. Coming up next, Emil Fergoso. We asked the question, Brandon Ayuk, what is going on? Is there movement? And who's botching this? The Niners or Brandon? We'll be right back.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets with nowhere to go. I didn't think I'd survive. But I did ask for help, and Covenant House was there for me.
1 in 10 young adults will experience a form of homelessness this year. For these kids who didn't ask to be put in this unthinkable situation, Covenant House is there.
Covenant House helped me break the cycle of homelessness in my family. They gave me the love that I needed.
Over 2,000 young people will sleep safely in a Covenant House bed tonight. When youth who are experiencing homelessness have a hot meal, a safe place to sleep, medical care, and love, they can overcome heartbreaking challenges and have a brighter future.
They just really genuinely just wanted to help me succeed, and I'm succeeding. I'm a speaker, I'm an author. Covenant House really helped me and really helped mold me into the woman I am today.
If you or someone you love is asking for help, Go to safeplacetosleep.org today.
Carmichael Dave here for Capital Casino. Sacramento summertime heat is back. And of course, Cap Casino, Sacramento's #1 poker room, wants to invite everyone to soak up some air conditioning, still with the most variety of table games in the region. And as always, the best food, best service, and the best action, conveniently located in downtown Sacramento. Capital Casino, of course, reminding everyone to please make sure you gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sacramento, Dierks Bentley's coming to town. Saturday, September 28th at Hart Health Park at Cal Expo for Country in the Park 2. And he's bringing some friends. Parmalee, Tyler Rich, Dasha, Kelsey Hart, and more. Saturday, September 28th at Hart Health Park at Cal Expo. Get your tickets today before they're sold out at CITPFest.com.
Brought to you by RVs of Sacramento and Hublet Chrysler Dodge Jeep and Ram Center.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
Your home for Kings basketball for over 25 seasons.
No look, Bibby to Weber, down the lane, flying jam. There's your play of the night right there. It's inside is Sabonis, a two-hand rip. A brilliant pass from De'Aaron Fox.
KHTKAM Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento.
Sacktown Sports.
The Carmichael Dave Show.
He's on the microphone when he's not on the microphone. He's playing a song, and when he's not playing a song, he's on the microphone. And then
boom, with Jason Ross.
No, he didn't. Yes, he did.
Call or text at 916-339-1140.
It's the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross on Sacktown Sports.
Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross, Alan Stiles, filling in one more time at least for this run. The next time both of them are out, who knows when that will be, but I will be heading back to the 10 a.m. slot with Chris Watkins, and he will be with you in an hour, a little bit before that, for some Friday fun and games. We are joined now by Emil Fregoso, Sacktown Sports 49ers insider. Emil, thank you so much for joining us. How you doing, man?
Doing great, Alan. Doing great. It is a beautiful Friday. It's nice and cool outside right now for weather heats up here. But man, oh man, has the rumor mill been heating up for the Niners this week.
So I played some sound earlier. This was in the 6:30 hour. And Kyle, if we might run it back because it's so funny. It was Steelers, right? Steelers fans. And they were arguing with the Steelers station, the Pittsburgh station, and they were upset because they really thought they were going to get Brandon Ayuk. And it hasn't happened yet. So many things, and I posted yesterday about if the Steelers can't get there, I could see Brandon Ayuk just getting franchise tagged and then traded after that. Kyle, yeah, let's run it back so Emil can hear and everybody who's joining us in the 9 o'clock hour, because it's pretty good stuff.
Hi, Tony.
Good morning, gentlemen. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
I was really excited about this trade when, I guess it was back in March, Ayuk tweeted out that him and Tomlin were like twins, and I was like, oh, imagine if that guy got here. But the way you guys have salivated and butchered and miscalculated everything, I kind of hope we don't trade for him now because of you guys.
Wait, what?
Did I stutter?
We got a tough guy on the line. When you say you guys, who are you talking about?
The local Pittsburgh sports reporters.
Oh, because we're all one monolith. Everybody has the same ideas. Did I stutter? I'm not running cover for him. How am I running cover for Filipponi? I tweeted his tweet. I had him on the air.
You blamed his agent. You blame the Steelers sources. You blame the player.
I didn't do any of that. You're lying now, Tony. You're lying now.
Go back and listen.
What did we blame them?
Here's what I said, liar. I said Pony better be right. Tony.
I got you, Joey.
Tony. Let's give him a hand.
Joey.
Outstanding. Just outstanding stuff. Emil, first of all, I'm glad that we don't have to deal with it out in Sacramento. I want some of the smoke, but I want smoke that is real smoke. You call me out, but not necessarily for running cover for somebody. So they were talking about Andrew Filipponi, who is also at that station, and I would imagine is very, very similar to a version of you or Brendan, and is kind of saying what he's seeing, right? And not saying his sources, whatever it is, and nothing has happened yet. So I just wanted to have some fun with that. I thought you would enjoy that, Emil. But what are your thoughts on this whole Brandon Ayuk thing? I saw a report today that the Patriots wanted to give him $32 million a year, and he turned that down. It seems like, and I saw, what did Diana Rossini say? He wants to stay in SF. This whole thing was that he wanted to stay in SF. TJ Hujmanzada was on a Bay Area station, his wide receiver coach, saying that it's only $2 million a year from the 26 to the 28. Just give me, the floor is yours, Emil. Just give us your breakdown of this whole situation.
Oh, Alan, it's been a long week. It's been a long week between the Pawnee reports and Pretty Ricky on Twitter with the dog memes and all this stuff. I mean, man, has it been a week for Twitter content, or X, I should say. In terms of the Brandon Ayuk situation, give it up for day 5 of waiting for Brandon Ayuk to the Steelers. Brandon Ayuk to the Steelers, day 5 of waiting for that one. Look, here's the reality. We don't know how this is going to play off. This is a standoff right now between the Niners and Brandon Ayuk on contract negotiations. The Niners have been notorious for having these stretch out into the late summer. Look at Nick Bosa just last year. It went into the first week of the regular season. 4 days where they were supposed to play against the Pittsburgh Steelers. Nick Bosa signed his deal, long-term deal, to be the highest paid non-quarterback in NFL history. The Niners seemingly are only at $26 million. Brandon Ayuk turned down $32 million from New England. That is confirmed by Diana Rossini and The Athletic because of the quarterback issues they have there. Not a lot of faith in that. In terms of where the 28's coming from, my guess is that's what Pittsburgh's offering him, around 28 to 28.5 million per year annually, which if you look at this grand scheme of things, and you look at Brandon Ayuk, and you look at what the Niners are trying to do this year, look at the Super Bowl run, pony up the $2 million more. Like it seems really not foolish, but just kind of like, really, there was no backup plan to the first offer. The second offer should have been a little bit higher, a little bit more guaranteed money. A little more guaranteed money. But at the end of the day, there's probably other factors in it too, and there's other things at play. At the end of the day, Trent Williams still wants to get paid. Javarius Ward wants to get paid. Diamador Lenore wants to get paid. Brock Purdy wants to be paid like an NFL quarterback. That's coming up after this season. There are other things at play here, and it takes a while. But yes, Brandon Ayuk, and I said it yesterday, and I wrote it this morning when I wrote about what Kyle said on both KMBR and then as well Hujmanzada, as well as Herm Edwards said on 95.7 The Game, and kind of the full grand scheme of the rumors and full grand scheme of all this. Bottom line is, and this is for all Niner fans out there, Brandon Ayuk and the 49ers do not want to break up if they don't have to. Let me say that loud and clear. They do not want to part ways. Brandon Ayuk is seen as a key part of the future. It's just about finding the right financial number for both sides to be happy with. Last year, the Niners got burnt by Nick Bosa. They don't want to get burnt again by Ayuk because that's going to cost them an additional player they cannot retain, i.e. Eric Armstead potentially as well, why he got that lowball offer and had to be cut and released. This could potentially mean that another player has to be moved off after the season. So there are always consequences to your actions of increasing a value and offer. But if for the Niners and for Brandon Ayuk and for Brock Purdy especially, this is your favorite target. So at the end of the day, and especially right now going into week 1 of the preseason, it is best for both sides to find a happy resolution, and hopefully that is with the Niners and Brandon Ayuk having a long-term extension.
Emil, let's ask this question. You said they don't want to be put in a bad situation, right? The Niners. If the difference is, and we know there are people saying it's deeper than the $2 million difference, that's per year, things like that. But if it is 26 to 28 and Ayuk's okay with the 28 million a year, would that actually put the Niners in a bad situation?
it all comes down to the cap, and the cap changes every single year. It goes up every single year, but the Niners are also $38 million over the projected cap right now for next season, for 2025. They are starting to hit that point of we have to make these tough calls. We have to make these tough decisions that we're not going to want to do. We're going to have to split up some of this core. We're going to have to split up some of these really talented guys. You cannot pay everyone. That's the reality of the situation, despite the Niners and the cap increasing. But $2 million seems not insurmountable, especially considering there hasn't been real negotiations since May, and the contract talks have started to heat up since then because of just how the Niners operate. $2 million now, $8 million to $10 million annually over the next 4 years per se. Say it's a 4-year deal, it's $8 to $10 million annually, or 5 years, $8 to $10 million annually. But it really comes down to the guaranteed money and the fully guaranteed money. Because my guess is that the Niners may have lowballed him a little bit on that offer, probably close to 60 or 65 million guaranteed. And he's probably looking for $75 to $80 million guaranteed, similar to what DJ Moore got, similar to what Amon-Ra got, similar to what other players in his position got that he feels like he is on the same level as. And respectfully, he's played like that for the last 2 years. He's been the Niners' best wide receiver for 2 years. He made second team All-Pro last year. Brandon Ayuk has done every single thing the Niners have asked of him to do, except be on the field for training camp this year.
Emil, it does get a little bit confusing when you see reports that the Niners are in a good position with the cap space, but then they don't have cap space. Can you explain what it is that we're seeing to people who might be confused? Because I'm one of those people. I'll see, okay, the Niners have, wasn't there a report a couple weeks ago? The Niners are in this great cap space position, but then they also aren't in a great cap space position. Can you explain what's going on there?
Yeah, so the Niners, this is a tricky one because I wouldn't say I'm a capologist. I say I understand the cap to a certain degree, but it keeps changing and ever evolving in this ever-changing world of the NFL. The Niners currently have $52 million in cap space for this year. The decision to cut and stretch Eric Armstead's decision out to a post 6-1 opened up $18 million of cap space right now. The Niners have an abundance of cap space currently for this season. But the reason why it looks that high at $52 million is because Trent Williams did not report. So Trent Williams' cap hit of $30 million is not on the cap right now. As soon as he reports, and if they get a long-term extension done, it will go down to about $20 million currently, which you can still say they have the space. They have the ability to get all of this done. So what's holding them up? It's the $38 million next year it's holding up because they can roll over any available cap this year. They can roll over into next year, and they've been doing that for the past 2 years. And that's why they've been able to have such cost-effective deals and cost-effective things, because they figure out a way to make every piece of the pie work. Well, what happens when there's no more pie slices left? You got to subtract. You got to add by subtraction. And that's kind of what's happening here. And what one of the Niners' biggest business partners, Parag Marathe, one of their biggest executive guys, he's the one that handles most of their finances, most of their money decisions. He's looking at this chart going, if we give Ayuk this extra little bit, someone else is going to take a cut. Someone else is going to get removed. And that's the problem is that they want to have everyone stay together, but they have to have less money for each person. That's why Kyle Juszczyk got asked to take a pay cut, why Eric Armstead took a pay cut, why Deebo Samuel, if he agrees to an extension after this season, because he's up with this year and then one more year left, he would have to take a reduced number than he's probably looking for as well too. Javarius Ward, who knows what he's going to get offered? Deommodore Lenoir, who knows what he's going to get offered? All this to say that it's relative. It's all connected to the 49ers fitting under the $250 million cap space that they have and paying Nick Bosa outlandish money at the same time.
You know, Emil, I have some questions written down and we're up against it, but thank you, because I do think a lot of people, well, I'm not going to speak for everyone, but I do think some people out there do get a little bit confused when you see certain media figures talk about how good of a situation the Niners are in, and then they can't pay Brandon Ayuk $2 million more a year. It can be confusing. But I just want to ask you this straight up. You've been at training camp. There have been reports. We talked about this a little bit yesterday, and the exhaustion from the Niners and everything that they've been through, from the Jimmy Garoppolo overthrow to the Trey Lance era, which I think era is probably an incorrect term, to the Brock Purdy UCL injury, to losing when everything was going for you last season after you come back and beat the Packers and the Lions. You were out there. How does it feel like the quote-unquote vibes were? Does it, and they're still dealing with this Ayuk thing, does it feel like the Niners are a bit exhausted just from everything? We know only a couple teams have even gotten back to the Super Bowl after losing. Now you add this Brandon Ayuk situation. Does it feel like the Niners are a little bit exhausted? Do the vibes feel different than last season?
The vibes do feel different, absolutely. They absolutely feel different, Alan, because just like in 2020, 2021, right after they lost the Super Bowl in Miami, there was a little bit of a hangover, and there's a little bit of a hangover now. It doesn't help that this Brandon Ayuk situation is going on, and it doesn't help that they're one of their best players, even more so than Brandon Ayuk, Trent Williams, is not there. At least Ayuk is holding in. So missing 2 of your star offensive players is critical to this. And that's why the offense has looked out of sync since the start of training camp. It's had its ups and downs, its ebbs and flows, if you will. Why Brock Purdy has thrown a bunch of picks. Why the players haven't stayed on the field. There's been other injuries too. Christian McCaffrey going down with a calf strain, other things. The one thing I will say, though, is that the defense, in terms of the demeanor and the vibe around the defense, is 100% improved from last year. I think they're going to come out blitzing, and they're going to come out very aggressive this year. They want to make a statement with their defense. They want to be a top 5 defense again this year. And it really looks like early on that they could have a chance of doing that. So the defense looks really, really good right now, led by Fred Warner, because just like he said yesterday, I can't be Clark Kent. I'm Superman. I got to be Superman all the time. And that's what Fred Warner's, that's the crown that he wears every single day. But on offense, led by Brock Purdy, there's a lot of puzzle pieces still to be solved. And one of them is getting Trent Williams back in the building. So we'll see how long that holds out. But as soon as they wrap this up, all this drama up, which I would hope will be sooner than later, at least Kyle said yesterday, I think the vibes will shift back to just football focus, and that's what the Niners need right now.
Emil Fergoso, thank you so much for joining us as always. We'll see what happens this weekend. We'll see if a deal gets done, but appreciate you joining. We will talk to you soon on Styles and Watkins, of course, and go follow Emil Fergoso. He's heating up on Twitter. Some great stuff coming out, and check out all of his work on sacktownsports.com. Emil, we will talk to you soon. Thank you so much.
Thanks, guys. Have a great one.
Coming up next, we go streaking. Don't think we forgot about that. And we go over what to watch. Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross, Alan Styles filling in.
Trying to find out where to catch your favorite team's games?
Are you a fan of the Kings, Niners, and the NFL? Well, Sacktown Sports has you covered.
It's all on his shoulders. Cox rocks. He fires for the win. He's got the triple.
Catch all your Kings, Niners, and NFL games all year long on Sacktown Sports and sacktownsports.com. The Sacramento Kings play here.
He's got the triple. Sacramento takes the lead. Outstanding ball movement by Sacramento.
Every triple, every jam, every Kings win.
Sabonis with the jam over the Joker. He's got the three-point shot.
Get your Kings fix all season long.
Right here on your home of the Sacramento Kings.
Here's a steal by Fox, a breakaway. He's got the rip with the left hand.
Sacktown Sports and sacktownsports.com.
Where do you go when you need someone to represent you? For me, you want someone that is local and that you can actually get to and talk with. There are plenty of big branded lawyers out there with the name, but you never get to talk to them. So go to sacklegaldefense.com and connect with the law offices of Jonathan Gonzalez. He's local, he'll represent you, and he'll have your back. Whether it's expungements, wrongful termination, when you're in a spot when you need legal help, call the law offices of Jonathan Gonzalez at 916-304-9187.
If you've been on the American River, it's uphill, it's downhill. There's trails everywhere that you can walk, and it just makes you happy. And I couldn't walk, and it was terrible. I was turning into a real crab. I went to the Good Feet store, and I tried on the arch supports. I could not believe believe that I was not in pain. I can walk, I can run, I can jump, I can do anything. My name's Terry, and that's my Good Feet story.
The Good Feet Store in Sacramento, Roseville, and Vacaville.
Carmichael Dave.
He has very good sources, and he just kind of tells it as it is and gets to the point.
Jason Ross.
He has a lot of pretty smart things to say.
He's good at what he does.
On Sacktown Sports.
Thank you again to Emil Fergoso for hopping on a beautiful Friday, taking you up to 10 a.m. Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross, Alan Styles filling in. We're going to get into a little bit of streaking, and then we are going to discuss what to watch. And we got celebrity birthdays and Friday Fun and Games still coming up. Okay, Kyle, let's go streaking.
It's time to go streaking.
We're going streaking!
Who is the Nostradamus of MLB? Who can keep the streak going? It's time to go streaking.
What the hell are you doing? We're streaking.
So I have to check in on mine, Kyle, because I was at 2. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
I was at 2, and then yesterday I took Francisco Lindor, so I'm checking now.
Oh, hold on. I've got the answer for you. I got you.
Well, Simone got on me yesterday for not having them. So, not that I had them today either, but I was going to look them up. Okay, so let's break down whether I'm still going or not.
I got you, Mr. Styles. So you went with Francisco Lindor. And Lindor had, or I think the Mets as a team had 13 hits. They scored 9 runs. And Francisco Lindor got 2 hits. So you are still streaking with a streak of 3. But now we've got the big one, because in the 5 days since Christopher Laud has been gone, Simone and I have been tag teaming on our streak, and we're batting 100%. We have not missed a single day. And so Simone went with Kyle Schwarber. Phillies scored 6 runs, 14 hits, and Kyle Schwarber got 2 hits himself. So me and Simone are now at 5, and Mr. Styles, you are at 3. And there's a lot riding on today's picks, because if we get it right, Jason Ross has to invite us back on Monday to try and keep our streaks rolling.
Great stuff. And, I'm just going to start off top because we had Jeff Young on from Round the Foghorn. He's got me feeling good about the Giants. And I might regret this, I'm going to be honest with you, but I'm going to go local. I can't go the whole week and not pick one Giants player. So I'm going to go with Elliot Ramos, and hopefully I don't regret this. And hopefully he plays, because you never know with the platooning, but I'm going to go with Elliot Ramos, Kyle.
That's the one you want? Are you sure?
No, but you know what? I want to pick a Giant before this thing all ends, and I don't know if there's a better Giant to pick. There's Tyler Fitzgerald, but I'm going to go with Elliot Ramos.
I like it. All right, so a lot of pressure riding on me, so I think I'm going to go with Mr. Scooby-Doo himself, Gunnar Henderson of the Baltimore Orioles, taking on the Tampa Bay Rays. That's going to be my pick to try and get to 6. There's a lot of pressure riding on it. I'm going to be really upset if I ruin it for Simone and myself, but we're going to try and get to 6.
Okay. All right. Well, there you have it. We have gone streaking, and we'll see how that whole thing ends up. And I don't know, Kyle, I know what you've been saying to me. If Dave wants to hop on, he can hop on. I don't know how we're going to. Oh, he's right there. He's already there. Oh, there. Hi, Dave.
Hi, buddy. How are you?
I'm good. It's Friday.
Okay, so before we get started, I know from doing this job for a long time, you kind of have to be in it to understand it, I think. What's going on technically in your head? Because I know you well enough to know the looks on your face. and there's something. What is going on that's giving you that look in your eyes that I've been watching for the last couple minutes? Something's going on. What is it? You got an echo?
No. Yeah, I mean, we were dealing with some things. This was my first remote show, so obviously we have Kyle and myself trying to break it down. So, we've been powering through it. 40 minutes more. So, it's been a good week. And look, you know how this show goes. I said it yesterday, 95. And a lot of people, it was nice to learn the listening habits of a lot of people. Some people didn't even know I was at the station. And October will be a year. So I thought it was really fun just to, introduce myself to some people. And you know how it goes. I mean, some people are going to love you. Some people aren't. So it's been a good learning experience for me, and filling in for the great Carmichael Dave. It's some big shoes to fill, quite literally. You see what I'm saying there?
Yeah, that was a size 15 joke. Look, the great news for you is that you don't have the big shoes to fill. You come on and it's instantly, you're professional, you're put together, you're organized. And what we hoped was, and that's why I asked you to do it. You and Chris do such a great show in the middays. That's what I was just saying in the chat. What we were really hoping for, other than getting some time off and having the show well taken care of, was that you'd be able to introduce yourself, even though we do crosstalk, to a lot of the audience that I hope will then, stick around every morning at 10 a.m. starting Monday when Jason and I are done, and really be able to experience my wife's favorite show, which is Styles and Watkins Middays. I just wanted to come on. It is a challenge, man. It's a challenge to change your life around. It's different hours. It's nap times. It's however you decide to adjust. But I know it ain't been easy. Like I said, we try to make it sound silly and disorganized, but it's actually a pretty brutally technical show in the morning. And I tuned in as much as I could abroad. You've done a wonderful job. I just wanted to publicly say thank you for filling in. And yes, Alan, I did bring you back a gift.
Thank you so much, Dave. I appreciate that. Get on back here Monday, and we will have some fun. And I'm sure everybody is excited for you to return. I hope you had fun overseas.
I did, and I know that I'm over our mandated 2 minutes, but I did want to add some actual sports talk. I was listening to your Emil conversation, so I'll leave with this. One thing Emil talked about was Parag Marate and this deal going on with Brandon Ayuk. I've been wondering for the last year, we saw this with Joey Bosa as well, and last year, and I don't know that this is reported on enough, and this is something I can kind of speak to, having just returned from England. As you probably know, Parag is the chairman of Leeds United, the football club / soccer club over there that almost got promoted to the Premier League last year. They lost in a playoff on the final day. I have thought now for about a year since he took over, Alan, that he being the wizard of the salary cap for a long time for this club, I can tell you it is impossible to both handle what's going on with the 49ers and run a soccer club of that size full time over there. So I just have a little bit of a feeling he ain't as involved as a lot of us think he is, and that might be some of the problems that are creeping up. Is their backroom guy that's done such amazing things for the last decade for them. He's kind of out of it running the soccer club for the 49ers Holdings. As you know, they own Leeds United. I don't think he's involved, Alan, and I think that's part of the problem we're dealing with right now.
Well, Dave, I'll add to that and say that Tim Kawakami was on a Bay Area radio station, and this was August 6th, so earlier this week, and he said, everything I hear from NFL people is the guy who negotiates these deals is Parag Marate. So if he is not necessarily fully invested as he typically is, and he's, what if he's remote, right? As we can see, doing things remote, it can be a little bit different. And if you have other things on your plate, maybe that's part of this as well. So I think it's a great call, and he is normally the guy. So maybe it's possible that him being overseas or whatever the case is, it's affecting them getting it done, because that would make sense as to why the reports are coming out that they haven't talked to Brandon Ayuk for a minute. Maybe it's because Parag has been doing other things.
It's an 8-hour time change, guys. So when you start your show, it's 2 p.m. over there. 6 a.m. here is 2 p.m. over there. And I can tell you from personal experience doing stuff over there far smaller than what Parag Marathe is doing. You start your day at 3:34 a.m. to talk to those folks on Zoom. You wrap it up around noon, 1 p.m., and they don't work after hours over there a lot. They don't like it. Once 5, 6 p.m. hits, they're out the door. I'm talking about people in England, so it's definitely worth something checking out. I've taken too much time. Just wanted to say thank you. I love how you're taking up the baton for me and you're doing remote shows. Attaboy. Keep going, and we'll see you on Monday.
Thanks, Dave. Great stuff. We will see you on Monday. I know everybody is excited to get Dave back, and maybe there will be some Brandon Ayuk news to celebrate at that point in time, but who knows? Coming up next, we have celebrity birthdays, and I'm not sure who's going to join me, but it won't just be me. Maybe it'll be Chris. Maybe it'll be Nate. We'll get somebody else in here, and then we will have Kyle Ledbetter's Friday Fun and Games on the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross, Alan Stiles filling in.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio. So we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
Well, what other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave for American Energy Heating and Air with a question. Have you recently had a technician diagnose your HVAC system and you were a bit surprised at how much it cost? Or did something seem off about their quote? Because at American Energy, they take pride in giving you honest, straightforward solutions to get that system up and running. Have their qualified technicians come out and give you a free second opinion. It's free. You got nothing to lose but some dollars off of that original quote. They're making the uncomfortable comfortable. They've been doing it since 1981, serving the greater Sacramento area. A+ with the Better Business Bureau. That's why they keep having customers coming back for more and more and more. You can call them and set that appointment at 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990 or AmericanEnergyAir.com.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
Hi, this is Frank LaRosa. And this is Scott Marsh. Join us weekly for Golf to Go right here on Sacktown Sports. We talk to all the local golf experts in the area and give you the latest on all the courses as well.
And not to mention all the golf legends and celebrities, along with all the latest in equipment and tournaments too.
Most importantly, we'll just have some fun talking about a game that's fun to play.
You know it's my favorite hour of the week, Frank.
Golf to Go, Thursdays at 6 p.m. and Saturdays at 8 a.m. right here on Sacktown Sports. Give us a listen. I think you'll enjoy it.
Waking you up with the best in local sports.
They just make it interesting, you know?
It's the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross
on Sacktown Sports.
You never know who's going to pop up when you have the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross, but Alan Stiles is filling in. It might be Carmichael Dave himself. And Carmichael Dave was just with us and having some fun with Carmichael Dave. So now we will be joined by one Nate Littlefield for celebrity birthdays. But before we get to celebrity birthdays, Nate, were you able to catch what Emil said? We were talking with Simone yesterday on how juiced people get for preseason games, right? How juiced people get for preseason games. How excited are you for this weekend?
Not excited. Like, I'm just kind of, it's nice when your team's good because you don't have to, like, pay attention too much. You know where all the roles are going to go. It's it'll be interesting to watch Josh Dobbs and then that rookie quarterback Tanner Mordecai. I guess we'll see Slick Rick. That's kind of Ricky Pearsall. That's kind of the most excited I am, but really it's pretty minimal. It's pretty minimal.
So no, and we talked yesterday, no tailgating at home. We're not doing any of that.
Not for preseason. My dad will maybe make some food if I'm over there watching, but I kind of got to pay attention. I guess it's kind of my job. But I still love it. I mean, I love the 49ers. Before I was doing this stuff, I would go to a preseason game just because it was so cheap and just like if I couldn't afford it during the regular season, just because it's fun. But yeah, it's not a big deal. Week 1 will be nuts though against the Jets. Sunday night game. That's going to be a lot of fun.
Great stuff. And I saw Chris cross over. Is Chris doing celebrity birthdays too?
I believe so.
Okay.
Even better. Okay, let's get right into it. Kyle, we're trying to make sure nobody talks over each other, so we will be sure to go in order today, just like when we were back in school. Celebrity birthdays. Birthdays are meant to be spent with family and friends, and nothing brings family and friends together better than crumble cookies. Who do we have, Kyle?
Oh, we've got a giant list of people because we've got 3 days worth here. So we're going to start off with Deion Sanders. We're going to go Alan, Chris, Nate in that order.
Deion Sanders. I mean, probably a little older than you think. That beard was really gray when he had it rocking. I'm going to say Deion Sanders is 57.
It's a strong guess. I'll say 61.
58.
We have a correct answer, and it's Mr. Styles with 57. Well done.
I told you. I know my Deion. I know my Deion, and Dave is trying to say 57. Dave, we know you Googled it. All right, Kyle, what's next?
All right, next up we have a posthumous birthday for Whitney Houston.
Okay.
How old would Whitney Houston have been?
Whitney Houston, this is tough, man. I don't know. I'm gonna say 67.
It's another great guess, man. Yeah, I'll just say 64. I'll go in.
Interesting. I'd like to point out too, this is the last day of Styles Espresso. Because that's not coming over to the midday show. So I just want to put that on record. So I'll say 68.
61. Whitney Houston would have been 61. So I guess Chris was the closest. An old friend of ours. How about Kessler Edwards? Today is Kessler Edwards' birthday.
Well, can I just say, Nate is not making any of these decisions here. This is what's going to happen for Styles Espresso. And if you haven't been with me at 6 a.m., I've been doing a segment called Styles Espresso where I give a take. Right, and thank you, Ward. Ward says, as Nate is drinking coffee. So I've been giving a take.
It's the last day of Styles Espresso.
I've been giving a take, a very hot take at about 6-something in the morning. Okay, so we're going to put out a poll, and this is going to be a decision that we make together. Nate is not just going to shoot from the hip and say something's done. Who was it, Kyle?
Kessler Edwards.
Kessler Edwards is 26.
Kessler just signed a 2-way deal with the Mavericks. That got announced today. I will say Kessler is, sure, why not, 25.
27. Chris, can we get an input on Styles Espresso?
We'll deal with that on Monday.
Okay. All right.
24 for Kessler Edwards, only 24 years old.
Brendan tells me his brother is popping on TikTok, which I did not know. Yeah, so
I have no idea. I'm not on TikTok. Tomorrow, happy birthday to Puss in Boots, Antonio Banderas.
I'm not on TikTok either. Antonio Banderas he's 73.
65.
68 again.
Chris Watkins is the closest, 64 for Antonio Banderas. This is a fun one. Jake from State Farm, the guy from the State Farm commercials. How old is he? Yeah, the new one.
I don't know if we recall an old one at this point. I know that's Chris's favorite, Jake from State Farm, when he was hanging out with Caitlin Clark. He congratulated Caitlin Clark first. Yeah, this is probably going to annoy us if he is young. I'm going to say he's my age. I'm going to say he's 35.
Yeah, it actually upset me when Travis Scott walked in to the Caitlin Clark game, and the first thing Travis Scott did was dap up Jake from State Farm. That's what upset me. Not necessarily that he was hanging out with Caitlin specifically. It was like, how is Travis Scott cool with Jake from State Farm?
Got him a good quote.
Any sense? I think 35 is spot on. I'm going to say Jake from State Farm. I'll just say 34.
Yeah. 39.
Wow.
Emil also yesterday was wearing a State Farm shirt, so we can call Emil from State Farm.
Super strange.
It was so weird. I said something to him, and he just went, "Yep." I was like, "Okay."
We have a correct answer here, by the way, guys. Nate Littlefield, 39.
Wow.
For Mr. Jake
from State Farm.
Looks good.
State
Great.
Farm. Next up, we have Kylie Jenner. How about Kylie Jenner?
The billionaire.
You know, this reminds me, and now that Dave has entered the chat and the show. Now, I went full Dave yesterday with our conversation with Simone. That was a lot of fun, but I'm going Dave here as we talk about, what was it? Emil was wearing a State Farm shirt. You guys remember, or have you seen people when they wear Ferrari clothing? Remember when that was a thing? Was that ever cool? Anybody? I never wore it myself. Anybody wear?
I literally do not remember this. When did this happen? I'm literally born this century.
Humble brag there. Nate, you were shaking your head. Ferrari clothing. You had some?
I was just going through old magazine the other day, like an old cool guy BMW magazine, and they were selling all the clothes in there, and I'm not gonna lie, they did look pretty cool, like windbreakers and stuff. Like I thought it was cool. So
I gotta see how expensive they were back in the day. All right, getting back on track. Kylie Jenner, it feels like she's still in her early 20s, but I think she's probably 26 now. 26.
Let's say Kylie is she's 25.
32.
No, I know that's not right.
Brennan, you got a guess?
Yeah, I was gonna go like 29.
No one got it right. 27. 27 for Kylie Jenner. We have the most successful Hemsworth, Chris Hemsworth.
Chris Hemsworth.
38.
Yeah, I was going to say 36.
I'm trying to differentiate them. Is Chris Thor?
Yeah.
Yes.
44.
41.
We have a correct answer here, guys. It's Mr. Nate Littlefield back here, 41. A few more here. We've got Joe Rogan.
Joe Rogan is 54?
I'll go 48.
I'll say 61.
Jeez.
56.
Nate was closest, 57, which
Yeah,
I guess technically he's 56 right now.
Brand, huh?
Next up.
Somebody said I sound like Joe Rogan once on the text line. I just, it traumatized me for a while.
I don't think so.
Yeah, I didn't get that.
I never heard it.
Next up, we have Hulk Hogan. Hulk Hogan.
Hulk Hogan. Is he 76?
I'll go 67.
I don't know. I wish. Never mind. I'm not gonna finish that sentence. Hulk Hogan is 75.
71.
Another correct answer, Nate Littlefield.
Oh, man.
71. He's definitely not cheating. That's this Friday's edition of Celebrity Birthdays.
Wow.
Coming up next, we have a little fun, Friday Fun and Games with the crew. Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross, Alan Stiles, filling in.
Jason Mraz and the Super Band. Live. The mystical, magical, rhythmical, radical ride. Friday, August 9th, the venue at Thunder Valley. Jason Mraz and the Super Band with special guest Molly Miller Trio. For tickets, visit ThunderValleyResort.com. Jason Mraz and the Super Band in concert. Pick up the new album, Mystical, Magical, Rhythmical, Radical Ride.
There was always a crowd gathered around our dining table when I was growing up. Hi, I'm Frank LaRosa with a word about Naturewood Home Furnishings. Everyone was welcome at my mother's table, so holidays, birthdays, and celebrations always included family and friends. I used to think I was the most popular kid in the neighborhood until I realized that my friends were really there for my mother's incredible cooking. Years later, when I bought my own dining table from Naturewood, I made sure it was large enough to make friends feel welcome. And right now, during Naturewood Home Furnishings Dine in Style sale, you have an opportunity to find the perfect dining room furniture to help you create your own treasured memories. Choose from casual to formal or anything in between. Visit Naturewood Home Furnishings during the Dine in Style sale off Highway 50 at Hazel. Look for the water wheel.
We have finally made it to Friday.
Let's end your week the right way with Friday Fun and Games
On the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross.
Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross, Alan Stiles filling in. For the last time, at least for this go-round, I will be returning to my normal home with Chris Watkins on Monday, and I think that'll be a lot of fun. This is the longest time. Chris and I, we don't really take vacations, so this is by far the longest stretch. I think I had a random one day off back in March, but this will definitely be the longest time Chris and I have been apart. So yeah, that show on, I don't know what Brendan's laughing at there, that show on Monday will definitely be fun. And yeah, we got some stuff to go over. And Chris, real quick, since I won't get another chance to do it, I know it's Friday Fun and Games, but how did you feel 10 a.m., 2 p.m.? You can tell everybody how much, you missed me. I've been talking about how much I missed you. We can just have it out right here.
Why would you put me on the spot like that? No, I mean, I don't know what you want me to say, but it's been a week for sure. I mean, Brendan being remote has been helpful at the very least. It's better to have a body than not. And it's been a fun week, but in terms of putting the show together, definitely, we need some style espresso because it's been light, man. And I need your energy to carry me through some segments. Okay, what is that?
Style espresso.
It's a coffee.
Sounds like it could be something else.
I miss you for what it's worth, Alan.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Brendan. And Chris, I got to put you on the spot. That's exactly that. This is to warm you. You have to get warmed back up to doing the show, man. That's what's part of it. All right, Kyle. And by the way, Dave was asking what he said. I said I'm going full Dave on this one, and he said, "What's going full Dave?" Yeah, that's deviating from what you're supposed to be talking about. That is going full Dave. So that is what happened last segment. Okay, Kyle, let's get into Friday Fun and Games. What you got for us?
All right, I have a fun game that I've put together. You guys are familiar with Inside the NBA, correct?
Yes.
Can confirm.
Yes. And you know how every year at the start of the year they play a little game where they ask Charles Barkley to name the teams
who he play for.
Well, NFL's starting this weekend. It's preseason time, so I've assembled a little game of who he play for.
I just learned Taj
NFL
Boyd
teams.
isn't on the Bengals anymore. So
That is, I believe, correct.
yes, it is. I just found it.
I'm not going to be good at this. I'll
Oh,
tell you
it's
right
going to
now.
be wonderful. So since we have all three of you, we're going to go A, B, C, Alan, Brennan, Chris in that order, and we're going to ask questions to each of you. Now, your options are, if you think you know it right off the bat, you can guess without multiple choice. I have multiple choice for all of these, but if you think you know it right off the bat, you can guess. If you get it right, you get 2 points. If you get it with multiple choice, you get 1 point. If you get it wrong, 0. You only get one shot, though. So if you think you've got it on the first try, you don't get the multiple choice afterwards. Does that make sense?
Perfect sense.
Absolutely. Sounds good to me.
All right. So, Alan, you're going to be up first here. We're going to start off with quarterbacks just real quick. I'll start you off with Drew Lock. Who he play for? Drew Lock.
Well, if you're asking me this, I know I just saw the Seahawks depth chart, and I don't think he's on the Seahawks anymore, which would be the easy answer. Is he on the Commanders?
Is that your final guess?
It's either the Commanders or the Broncos, and it's not the Broncos. They just got a different set of Drew Lock.
Styles is guessing the Commanders. That is incorrect. Drew Lock plays for the
Giants.
Yep, the New York Giants. You got it right. So that's 0 points for Styles. Brennan, you're up next. Let's go with Mason Rudolph. Where is Mason Rudolph?
Last time remembering is Pittsburgh. I don't think that's the case, though.
Got whack-a-mole.
I think I'm going to, shout out Miles Garrett. I think I'm going to go multiple choice here.
Good answer.
Your multiple choice options are A, the Packers, B, the Titans, or C, the Jets.
Gosh. Packers, Titans, or Jets. Geez, I do not think it's the Jets. I'm going to go Packers. I don't think that's right.
That is incorrect. He is a Tennessee Titan. If Will Levis ever gets hurt, we're going to be watching Mason Rudolph this year.
God.
You might be.
Can watch him play the Niners on Saturday.
All right. Chris, your person for the first round is going to be Tre'Davious White. All-pro corner for the Bills.
Used to be on the Bills.
Yes. Where does Tre'Davious White play?
I'll take multiple choice too.
All right. So your options are Cardinals, Rams, or Saints.
Okay. I'll go with the Saints. Why not? Him and Marshawn Lattimore.
That is unfortunately not correct. He is a Los Angeles Ram.
Oh, good for them.
All right. 0 points through the first round.
Wow.
But there's always round 2.
Yes, there always is.
All right, Styles. You ready?
Ready. Let's do it.
We're going to start off with one of Sacramento's own here. How about Folsom Lake High School's Jonah Williams? Where is Jonah Williams?
Yeah, I'm going to need multiple choice.
All right. He was to help. He was a former Bengals offensive lineman. Your choices are A, Cleveland, B, Arizona, or C, Seattle.
Arizona.
That is correct. Mr. Styles gets 1 point off the bat here. I'm sure that more points are coming in this next round.
Are we sure?
You're a lot more sure than we are.
Brennan, we have Modesto's own Nate Sudfeld. Where does Nate Sudfeld play now?
Yeah, I am going to need multiple choice here for sure.
All right. Your choices are A, the Bears, B, the Commanders, or C, the Detroit Lions.
I want to say Detroit.
That is correct. Brennan adds 1 point there.
Running it up.
Chris, I'm going to throw at you former number 3 pick in the draft, Jeff Okuda.
Oh.
Where is Jeff Okuda?
Well, I know he's not on the Lions. I know the second team he was on. I just don't know if he are all of these players on new teams this year.
Potentially. I cannot confirm nor deny.
That is not a fair answer. I believe he just got hurt, didn't he? I think he just got hurt the other day. I'm going to say I know he was on the Lions, and I know he was on the Falcons. I'll just say he's still on the Falcons for 2 points. He's still on the Falcons.
That was a good idea, but it is unfortunately incorrect.
Okay.
He is now a Houston Texan.
Oh, wow.
So Texans are the team. We are tied at 1 through 2 rounds. I think we might get 1 or 2 more rounds in here. Styles, we're going to go with some former 49ers here for the next round. We're going to start off with Ray McLeod. Where is Ray McLeod playing now?
Can I get multiple choice?
Of course you can. We're just going to go NFC South here. Your choices are A, Falcons, B, Buccaneers, C, Panthers.
The Falcons.
Yeah, you got it. Got it there. That's 2 points for Mr. Styles with Ray McLeod. Brennan, you ready?
Let's do it.
You're a 49er fan, right?
Yep.
Can you tell me where Cleveland Farrell plays now? He was on the Niners last year.
I don't know if I can. I am going to have to go multiple choice here.
All right. Your options are A, Jets, B, Raiders, C, Commanders.
I don't think it's the Raiders. I'm gonna say Commanders.
You got it. The Commandos.
You got all the confidence in my voice there. Yeah.
Really
I knew
came
that.
through.
I knew that. I didn't even need the multiple choice.
You're a Viking fan, Mr. Watkins,
sure
so
am.
I'm going to throw a former friend at you here.
Okay.
How about Alexander Madison?
Oh, I know this answer. I don't even need multiple
Ooh.
choice. He's the Raiders' second running back, right?
You
Behind
got
Zach
it.
White. Absolutely.
Well played.
Give me that. Give me that. Beautiful. Now are we all tied? I think we're all tied at 2, yeah?
I got 2.
I think so.
Yeah.
You want to call this the last round here?
Have
so
to.
If we're running out of time. All right. Mr. Styles, you ready?
Born ready.
All right. Let's go. Jadeveon Clowney.
Wow.
Jadeveon Clowney. Former number 1 pick in the draft. Where is Jadeveon Clowney? Who he play for?
Multiple choice.
All right. Your options are A, Cleveland, B, Carolina, C, Jacksonville.
Jacksonville.
That's the answer I didn't want you to say.
That is incorrect. Jadeveon Clowney is a Carolina Panther.
Wow.
So that's a
Everybody
loss
gets
for
that point.
Styles right there. Brennan, you ready?
Ready. Let's do it.
All right, we're going to go with Marquez Valdez-Scantling.
Oof.
Where is Marquez Valdez-Scantling?
I am going to go multiple choice here.
All right.
Nice answer.
Your options are A, Buffalo, B, Denver, C, Las Vegas.
I'm going to say Denver.
Denver is incorrect.
Just give me the multiple choice, Kyle. We're playing
Buffalo
smart.
Bills was the correct
Playing
answer for Marquez Valdez-Scantling. You just want the multiple choice
Just
off the
give me.
bat?
I don't need 2 points. Just
All
give me
right.
the one.
For the win, Chris Watkins, your player is Equanimous St. Brown.
Brother. Literal brother of Amon-Ra.
Literal brother. Your options are
He's not on the Bears anymore.
A, Panthers,
Okay.
B, Saints, or C, Giants.
Equanimous?
Equanimous.
What's the origin?
What's the language
Could you
of
use it in a
origin,
sentence?
please? Yeah. I'll just let's just throw out you're throwing double Panthers out there. We'll say Panthers.
Panthers is nope, not correct. He is a New Orleans Saint.
Great.
We're all winners.
Great, yeah.
We're all winners in our hearts.
There we go. There we go.
All right. That's our game, everybody. We are in a 3-way tie. I could try a tiebreaker, but we are out of time. So everyone gets to be winners and losers all at the same time this week. Thank
Great.
you very much.
Feels right.
First and last. Yeah, I'm down.
Theme of the week here.
Yeah. Can't complain. Appreciate you, Kyle.
Thank you. I had fun at least.
Hey, thanks everybody for listening to the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross. Thanks for rocking with me all week. Thanks for rocking with Chris all week. He's coming up next, Styles and Watkins with Brendan Nunez. Chris Watkins going to take you up to the drive, guys. Again, really appreciate everyone. If this was your first time listening to your boy, appreciate it. Catch me and Chris every day, 10 a.m., 2 p.m. And we'll talk to you next time. Enjoy your weekend. Peace.
The Sacramento Kings play here.
He's got the triple. Sacramento takes the lead.
Get your Kings fix all season long right here on